It is just, it is December 13th, 2022. It is 5:30 p.m. We are at the administration building. Dr. Gutierrez, moment of silence.
Yes, if everyone can please stand for a moment of silence. Please join me in a moment of silence for the following employees who have passed away. Ms. Matiana Moran Gonzalez, Ms. Consuelo M. Gonzalez, Mr. Juan Rodolfo Aguirre, Mr. Joe Barguerena, Ms. Linda de la Chica, Ms. Gregoria Garza Cantu, Mr. Dennis Pitcock. Please join me in a moment of silence and keep their families in your prayers.
Mr. Ortiz, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? For roll call, all board members are present. Ms. Pat?
Item 5, recommend approving the agenda of the rescheduled regular board meeting of Tuesday, December 13, 2022, with any corrections or deletions.
There are no corrections or deletions to this agenda.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes 7-0 unanimous. Recommend approving the minutes with any corrections. A, amend minutes of the special call board meeting held Tuesday, August 23rd, 2022, and B, minutes of the regular board meeting of Tuesday, October 4th, 2022.
Janice?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Please vote. Motion passes 6 yes, 1 abstention. Superintendent's report, conference presentations. 1, recognition of Texas Humanities 2022 Outstanding Teacher Award, Alma Salazar, Falk Middle School.
Go ahead, Dr. Trevino.
Good evening, Madam President, Ms. Gonzalez, members of the board, and Dr. Gutierrez. Each year, Humanities Texas presents monetary awards recognizing the achievement of teachers across Texas. The Outstanding Teaching of the Humanities Award recognizes exemplary K-12 humanities teachers. Each year, 12 teachers from throughout the state are selected to receive $5,000 cash award and an additional $1,000 for their respective schools to purchase humanity-based instructional materials. I would now like to call to the podium Dr. Manuel Medrano, former board president of Humanities Texas, for the presentation of this prestigious award. Dr. Medrano.
Well, I got to begin by telling you that I never was president, but I was a member for 6 years. Buenas tardes. My name is Manuel Medrano. My recognition extends to the distinguished BISD board and administration, our honoree, Ms. Alma Salazar, Principal Benita Villarreal from Falk Middle School, former state congressman and current senator and relentless education advocate, Atty. Lucio, and you, our audience. Good teachers are noble. Outstanding teachers or unforgettable. They are revered for what they know, how they teach, and who they are. They are remembered because they expect much from their students and much more from themselves. For me, the best teachers were tough, intelligent, and fair, and that's what I wanted to be. Before and after class, they were surrounded by students. Hijo, some students didn't even have questions. No más querían estar ahí. Great teachers are cognizant of their responsibilities and confidently convey a truth that students must know and transcends time and place. Their light brings them light, and that is why they are remembered. On this occasion, we celebrate a great teacher, Miss Alma Marie Salazar. I represent Humanities Texas, a nonprofit organization at the forefront of promoting quality teaching, supporting libraries and museums, and creating opportunities for lifelong learning. Tonight, we Ms. Salazar with an outstanding teaching award from hundreds of applications rigorously evaluated from across the state. Only 12 were selected. When I read Ms. Salazar's essay about teaching and teaching methods, I was duly impressed and immediately realized why she is receiving the award. Alma deserves it, and that's why she earned it. She began her career 26 years ago, serving her students and district dutifully. The fact that she teaches in the Brownsville school further validates BISD and makes it that much sweeter. From discovering her students' hidden talents, to instilling high expectations, to expecting their personal commitment to learn English, arts, and reading, to becoming aware of their academic strengths and weaknesses, to teaching them how to write effectively and creatively, she exemplifies what a master teacher should be and what she is. So let's commence with the awards. I have the privilege of presenting Principal Benita Villarreal with a $1,000 check. Here it is. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
And oftentimes, the great teachers follow the path of great principals. Tonight, Ms. Salazar, we celebrate you, your dedication, and your impact on our children's lives. It is only appropriate that Senator Atty Lucio present you with the Humanities Texas 2022 Outstanding Teaching Award and a check for $5,000. Senator, you begin your career as an educator. Your public service, however, spans nearly 5 decades and includes nearly 3 decades as state senator for District 27. You have championed equitable funding for education, teachers, and public schools, and veterans issues. Additionally, your efforts helped to create the UTRGV School of Medicine, earning you the nickname, the father of medical education. Senator Lucio, you embody the meaning of public service. The podium and the privilege of presenting Ms. Salazar with her award are yours.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the BISD Board, ladies and gentlemen. I am so happy and honored to have this opportunity to appear before you. I attended First Ward Elementary School. And everybody's wondering, where was First Ward? Our principal's name was Mrs. Skinner. So that's where it is. I saw so much during that period of time as a child, and I've seen so much, as Mr. Medrano alluded to, over the course of the years that I have had the honor of representing this community. This award is special. the pledges that I heard today, and everybody recited them with all their heart, were special because it takes us to a point in our lives that we totally understand that we are a nation under God and a state of Texas under God, indivisible, meaning we're one American family, one Texas family, united. And the generations that we're educating will do so much to make it even better because of the dedication that our teachers um, give of themselves to their students. Um, our recipient's beautiful first name is Alma. So she's been teaching with all her soul. 12 people, Mr. Medrano, as you mentioned, got this award. That's a biblical number. We all know that. So she's special. And I can't help but think that this was God's plan for this to take place here today so that we can have a realization that he is real and that we depend on him through prayer and doing the right thing, especially as neighbors that we are to someone, anyone, not only here, but around the world. We've become global in every sense of the word because of modern technology. And I'm just so happy to be able to follow such an incredible individual like Mr. Verano, who has given of himself in his whole life to make it better, to create a better quality of life for people. Thank you. Let's give him a big, big hand. Alma Marie, what a beautiful name. Would you please come up to the podium? This is a perfect time to get some money, right? I'll follow you around at Walmart. That's where I shop.
That's where I shop.
But in behalf of the humanities that Mr. Medrano has so ably been a leader with over the years, and all the people in this district, especially our board, who is totally dedicated, to making it the best possible environment for our children, but also for our teachers, so that they can have, an atmosphere that in an environment that's conducive to learning. So I want to present this to you. Happy shopping, and
Very good.
I also, and here's a beautiful Humanities Texas Outstanding Teaching of the Humanities Award to Alma Marie Salazar for excellence and innovation in the teaching of the humanities. Congratulations. Oh, okay. I also want to present to you, since you're an outstanding Texan, a Texas flag that was dedicated at the state capitol by two, a father and a son. My son served 16 years and retired this year, just like I'm retiring. Couple with my 36, we were there for a while, and we saw a lot of wonderful changes and reforms in education. We were part of it, but nothing can happen without you and others in our communities all around Texas to tell us exactly what you think we must do to make it better. So, a Texas flag for you. On behalf of my son, Eddie Lucia III, former state representative for District 37 here in Brownsville, and myself, congratulations from the state of Texas.
Thank you very much.
Lastly, I would be remiss if I didn't congratulate the new board members and those that were reelected. The people of Brownsville have spoken. You have a mandate, and your mandate is simple. Do your best to make sure we do our best in the future for our children. Congratulations.
We'd like to present Salazar also with a certificate for high standards of excellence for BISD. Congratulations to Salazar.
Get up there, young man. You did good. Thanks, Ed.
Before we keep going, I would just like to once again congratulate Ms. Salazar for all her accomplishments. Ms. Salazar has actually taught my children. So I know firsthand what a fantastic teacher she is, and I know firsthand how it is a group effort. Mr. Salazar, her husband, raise your hand, Mr. Salazar, has always also taught my children, and it's definitely a group effort. And Miss Torres, raise your hand, Miss Torres. Miss Torres was the very, very first parent liaison that I dealt with when I became a parent volunteer. And look at me now, Miss Torres. It's because of you. It's because of you. Thank you. Miss Pat?
Item 2, recognition of Do the Right Thing Challenge 2022.
I'm going to call on Ms. Longoria for this item. Go ahead, Ms. Longoria.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Gutierrez, administration, and esteemed guests. With great honor, I present our 2022 Do the Right Thing Essay Challenge recipients. Do the Right Thing is a writing program organized by the U.S. National Campaign to Stop Violence. This program is aimed at middle school students and has reached millions of children across the country. The primary objective is to motivate students to make a personal commitment in writing to help prevent and reduce youth violence in their homes, schools, and communities. Each year, 2 finalists from each city, 1 boy and 1 girl, their teacher, and their parent are honored at a national recognition ceremony in Washington, D.C. All expenses paid. The winners visit the United States Library of Congress, the United States Supreme Court, the United States Capitol, and the Kuwait Embassy. The essays are published in one volume and then presented to the Library of Congress. In 2022, there was a total of 1,500 participants. And we are excited to announce that 2 ambassadors were from BISD. These students are now high school students, and they are here tonight with their parents, their former principal, and the teacher that encouraged them to participate in the challenge. Please help us welcome from Bisd Middle School, student Jose Cázares. Teacher Paulette Martinez, principal Ms. Teresa Núñez. The superintendent. From Manzano Middle School, student Ariam Hernandez. Teacher Adriana Villarreal and principal Marisol Treviño. Help us give them a huge, huge, huge round of applause.
Item 3, recognition of BISD Elementary School Science Fair winners. Ms. Lolita Emerson.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm here. Okay. Good evening, Madam President, esteemed members of the board, and Dr. Gutierrez. On October 29th, November 5th, and November 12th, BISD elementary students participated in the annual BISD Elementary Science Fairs for the 22-23 school year. This year, schools were divided into 3 clusters. Science Fair Cluster 1 consisted of Del Castillo, El Jardín, Gallegos, Garden Park, Garza, Martin, Morningside, Palm Grove, Skinner, Southmost, and Villanueva. In all, 188 students participated in the Science Fair for Cluster 1. For science For Science Fair Cluster 2 consisted of Aiken, Bright, Castañeda, Cromack, Egley, Keller, Ortiz, Peña, Putnat, Russell, Sharp, and Iturria. In all, 226 students participated in Cluster 2 Science Fair. And for Cluster 3, it consisted of Benavides, Breeden, Burns, Canales, Champion, Gonzalez, Hudson, Paredes, Perez, Pullum, and Vermilion. In all, 209 students participated in Science Fair Cluster 3. First place winners of each category and grade level and the grand champions of each of the 3 Science Fair clusters will be presented tonight and recognized. So for Cluster 1, Sebastian Sanchez, 3rd grade Earth Science, first place. Congratulations, Mr. Sebastian. For 3rd grade's Life Science, first place, Katia Castilleja. For 3rd grade Physical Science, first place, Morningside Princess Cantu. For 3rd grade team, first place from Gallegos Elementary, Alec Balboa, Troy Cronus, and Jaden Nunez. Congratulations. For 3rd grade Space, from Morningside Elementary, Area Carrillo. For 4th grade Earth Science, from Southmost, Sofia Perez. For 4th grade Life Science, from Garza Elementary, Ashley Dimas. For 4th grade Physical Science, from Martin Elementary, Axel Solis. The following student is not present tonight, but Kendra Gomez and Sebastian Elizardo run 4th grade for team. Kendra Gomez is here from Garza Elementary. Congratulations, Kendra. For 4th grade Space, Matthew Moreno from Skinner Elementary is not able to make it tonight, but won first place. Also, for 5th grade Earth Science, from Skinner Elementary, Matthew Lucas. Congratulations, Matthew. 5th grade Physical Science, from Southmost Elementary, Adela Escobedo. 5th grade from El Jardín Elementary, and this is a team project, Orlando Cruz and Maximiliano Vargas. For 5th grade Space from Garza Elementary, the participant is not able to be here, but it's Montserrat Ramirez. We'd like to recognize Montserrat. And finally, but not last but not least, grand champion and first place winner for 5th grade Life Science from Southmost Elementary, Lindell Gallegos. Congratulations, Lindell. We'd like to give a big thanks to the sponsors and the parents from the school, the teachers, everybody that helped students in getting the students ready for this event. So for cluster 2, third grade earth science winner, Iturria Elementary, Mariana Quintanilla. Third grade life science from Castañeda, Marcos Rodriguez. Third grade physical science from Iturria Elementary, Sofia de Anda. Third grade team from Ortiz Elementary, Geraldine Castillo and Alessandra Cortina. Third grade space science from Ortiz Elementary, Sofia Reséndez. Fourth grade earth science from Puget Elementary was not able to join us, Abdiel Artiaga. We'd also like to recognize fourth grade life science from Puget Elementary who was not able to be here, Brenda Villatoro. Fourth grade physical science from Aiken Elementary, Luciana Montalvo. Fifth grade earth science from Ortiz, Natasha Beck. Fifth grade life science from Ortiz, Sebastián Corona. Fifth grade physical science from Puget Elementary, Amy Garcia. Fifth grade team from Peña Elementary. Congratulations to Anthony Erosa, Marcos Garcia, and Megan Salinas. Fifth grade space science from Aiken Elementary, Eric Hassel. And our grand champions from fourth grade space science from Iturria Elementary, Robert Gomez. And grand champion, also fourth grade team from Ituria Elementary, Larissa de la Cruz and Mia Villanueva. Congratulations to Cluster 2 winners. Thank you to all the sponsors, the teachers, and the principals. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Congratulations. Okay, for cluster 3, third grade earth science from Pullum Elementary, Oscar Garza. Congratulations, Oscar. Third grade life science from Perez Elementary, Angela Cárdenas Lopez. For third grade physical science from Benavides Elementary, Madison Correa. Third grade team from Pullum Elementary, Victoria Medina, Gemma Espinosa, and Alisa de la Torre. For third grade space from Pullum Elementary, Rodney McCanahan. Pronounced it right, right? Okay. No? Okay. Fourth grade earth science from Vermilion, Alexa Moreno. Fourth grade life science from Champion, Lexi Garza. Fourth grade team from Breeden Elementary, Catalea Rosales, Sofia Castro, and Andrea Silva. For fourth grade space from Benavides Elementary, Oliver Hinojosa. For fifth grade earth science from Pullum Elementary, Boston George Rivera. Fifth grade life science from Perez Elementary, King Rosales. For fifth grade physical science from Paredes Elementary, Diego Marroquin. For fifth grade team from Champion Elementary, Angelique de la Garza, Scarlett Loya, and Joy Cervantes. For fifth grade space, congratulations from Paredes Elementary to Dayun Chen. And grand champion, fourth grade physical science from Gonzalez Elementary, Miguel Tello. Again, congratulations to all the students that participated in cluster 1, 2, and 3 and 1. Congratulations to the grand champions. Thank you, principals, teachers, and sponsors in supporting our students.
A big congratulations once again to all science fair winners. I would like to open public hearing for the targeted improvement plan presentations and board public hearing for campuses in school improvement. Dr. Gutierrez?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. I'm going to call on Ms. Renfro, Dr. Renfro, I'm sorry, and Dr. Trevino to present on the targeted improvement plan presentations of our campus in-school improvement as required by TEA. Go ahead, Dr. Trevino.
Thank you, Dr. Gutierrez. Good evening again, Ms. Gonzalez, Board President, distinguished members of the board, Dr. Gutierrez, and members of the audience. We are pleased to present our targeted improvement plans for our 9 campuses. Currently, we have 5 campuses under targeted improvement: Aiken Elementary, Bisd Middle School, Cromack Elementary, Stell Middle School, and Lucio Middle School. In addition to these 5 campuses, we have 4 campuses required to submit and have an approved plan due to a $1.5 million grant we were awarded back in 2021. The 4 campuses are Garcia Middle School, Palm Grove Elementary, Skinner Elementary, and Vermilion Elementary. These 4 campuses exited the targeted improvement list last year. Nonetheless, because the grant runs out in 2023, we are required to submit an approved plan. We as well recognize that the assistance and support provided continue to serve its purpose of improving student achievement. Due to the efforts and support provided, we are proud to share that over the last 3 years of accountability, the number of targeted schools has been reduced from 12 to 9 and now 5. Our goal is to reduce that number to 0. Dr. Ronnie Renfro will provide additional clarity. Dr. Renfro?
Good evening, Board President, Ms. Jessica Gonzalez, respected board members, Superintendent Dr. Gutierrez, BISD staff, and public audience. My name is Ronnie Louise Renfro, and I currently serve as the District Coordinator of School Improvement and the District Champion for Student Learning Objectives. The Texas Education Agency Code does require that these campuses identified as targeted support schools develop targeted improvement plans, hold a public hearing to present the plans, and have these plans approved by the Board of Trustees before we submit them to TEA by December the 16th. As mentioned by Dr. Trevino, 4 of these campuses, Palm Grove Elementary, Skinner Elementary, Vermilion Elementary, and Garcia Middle School, did exit the state federal accountability for 2022, but due to the ESF grant funding, they will continue to receive the support based on their approved plans. The BISD $1.5 million 2021-2023 ESF supported grant provides funds for contracted services from TEA's vetted improvement providers, which in our district are Instruction Partners and E3 Alliance, as well as other services. And these services provide coaching to campus leaders, professional development to the campuses, and on-site visits. The district has, as required, assigned a district coordinator of school improvement and the campus principal's supervisor as part of the campus intervention team that works with the campus leadership team to develop and monitor the targeted improvement plans. The target improvement plans are required to be developed using the Effective Schools Framework, which focuses primarily on campus and district adult behaviors. All of these campus leadership teams, supported by District and Region 1 staff, have written plans that focus on improved instruction through more effective planning, improved coaching and feedback, and effective use of assessment data to improve instruction and monitor progress. These plans have been posted on the district website as required by the Texas Education Code prior to the public hearing, and the presentations and full copies of their targeted improvement plans are included in the board book. The Board of Trustees already approved the state-required campus improvement plans on October the 4th that include many additional strategies used by the campuses to improve student performance. Behind me, you see the campus principals and representatives of their leadership team who are here this evening and are prepared to provide a brief overview of their plans if requested. Thank you.
Is there anyone in the audience that would like to have something to say?
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Gonzalez, members of the board, Dr. Gutierrez, and esteemed guests here with us today, and those joining us from the Brownsville ISD YouTube channel. My name is Adina Alegria, Executive Director, Texas Valley Educators Association, affiliated with Brownsville Union Coalition. I, and on behalf of Texas Valley Educators members, wanted to take a moment and recognize everybody behind me for their efforts of all of the campus administrators, teachers, and support staff at the following elementary and middle school campuses: at Aiken, Cromack, Palm Grove, Skinner, Vermilion, Bisd, Garcia, Lucio, and Stell for receiving their wonderful campus grades. You each were handed a challenge amidst a pandemic, and because of your efforts, dedication to your profession, and resilience, you were each successful. Congratulations to each of those schools for overcoming those challenges and meeting them head on. We're so proud of you.
Good evening, President Gonzalez, Dr. Gutierrez, and members of the board. My name is Esmeralda Garcia Barajas, a special ed teacher at Castañeda and a Best AFT leader. Ms. Pat Perez is going to be passing out an article that is called Reclaim Recess. This article will hopefully rewrite our local policy when it comes to recess for our BISD students and utilizing the brand new playgrounds as intended. as this can improve our education and learning outcomes for all our students. Best AFT would like to know why the social emotional well-being of elementary students is not being addressed to the best of BISD's abilities, as there's a direct correlation between their social emotional wellness and academic success. We ask this because BISD has spent $2 million on playground equipment for all elementary schools, yet students are not being allowed to use them, especially those in grades 3 to 5th in elementary schools. It saddens me because my son was so excited when the playgrounds were finally completed. And you know how many times he has been taken out to use them since the last spring? Twice. This is infuriating to me as a BISD parent, and so disappointing for all of our students who hope that this time they would have a playground to use along with recess time. Most elementary campuses do not have recess built into their schedules. Therefore, a critical tool to increase physical, social, and mental health is not being utilized. Before reading this article that I presented to you, I knew there were so many benefits to our children's mental health and improved learning when we provide playtime in the form of recess. But after reading this article, it is really infuriating at this point that the only ones who have benefited from our brand new playgrounds were the companies who received payment for the construction. I will point out the most important points in the research article that you received, and I will read this out loud, not because I know that you can read, but because I want our viewers at home to be able to listen to this research. This is a scholarly article presented by the Texas Children's Hospital and the Baylor College of Medicine, Department of Pediatrics. And page 4. Current evidence overwhelmingly shows that recess provides significant health and academic benefits, yet recess is disappearing across Texas schools. Texas recess policy, we not only promote greater health outcomes, but also improves academic performance, reduces socioeconomic disparities, and lowers health costs, and healthy students are better learners. I direct you now to page 5 at the very top. 24.1% of Texas elementary schools did not provide recess, and that was in 2010. At the bottom, Texas children suffer because of the lack of physical activity. Only 29% of Texas children ages 6 to 17 engage in vigorous physical activity for more than 20 minutes every day. This falls very well short of the American Academy of Pediatrics recommended 60 minutes of moderate to vigorous activity per day. Furthermore, 36.6% of Texas children between the ages of 10 and 17 are overweight or obese. And we all know what happened during COVID. I don't think I have to tell you what happened. 71% of Texas children ages 6 to 17 do not engage in vigorous physical activity for more than 20 minutes a day. Page 6. Health consequences of no recess. Decreased physical activity increases the risk of childhood obesity. Obese and overweight children are more likely to remain obese in adulthood, further increasing the risk for developing chronic illnesses. Recess is a critical time to get physical activity in, especially since children are not compensating for their lack of activity at home. Children without recess have a higher risk of developing depression and anxiety. So if we are to improve our children's education, this is something we should really be looking at. Without recess, children have one challenging cognitive task after another with no breaks. This can raise stress levels and increase the risk for developing anxiety. Page 7. Children without recess have decreased academic performance, and this is something that we should really be interested in, right, in our schools? Schools have replaced recess with more class time in hopes of having students get higher scores. And I know that you know that our children are more than a test score. However, more class time does not lead to better scores. There are many studies that show children that get a recess break between cognitive activities showed better focus and attention on the next cognitive activity than children who did not get a break. Not only does physical activity increase neural activity in the brain, but consistent physical activity also improves memory function over time. Increased recess time has been shown to have a positive effect on academic performance and behavior. Page 8. Increased physical activity reduces the risk of developing chronic illnesses. Recess improves mental health. Recess promotes positive social development and academic performance. Page 9. 1.4 billion is the annual cost of obesity-related healthcare problems in Texas. Page 10. There has been a significant rise in both reading and math scores in Dallas, Texas, where they actually have 3 daily 15-minute recess periods. Recess promotes positive social development and academic performance. 30 minutes of unstructured daily playtime improves impulsivity and aggression in 4th graders who have ADHD. And we all know how many of those children we have now. Is it because we are leading a more sedentary lifestyle? Perhaps. Page 11. This is one that really concerns me as well. Disparities in access to recess. The lack of recess disproportionately affects poor, urban, and minority students. These statistics worsen when discussing students enrolled in schools serving low-income communities. That concerns me because, as you know, we all serve a low-income community. So is it because the parents aren't here speaking on behalf of their students? Is it because more affluent school districts have the parents with the knowledge and the data to go and speak about this? Perhaps. And that's why I'm here today, to show you the data, because we all like to see the data. Lack of recess translates to less physical activity and poor health for students of low socioeconomic status. The study revealed on average, students of low socioeconomic status had 25 fewer minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity. Unsurprisingly, children raised in environments which limit physical activity are more likely to be diagnosed with obesity and chronic diseases later in life. I'm almost done, I promise.
Thank you.
School districts do a disservice to children born into poverty when they allow for their physical activity opportunities to be removed by eliminating recess, since these students may not have other avenues for exercise. And the last thing I'm going to say, 60% of high poverty elementary schools receive little or no recess time, while 82% of the district's more affluent campuses got 30 minutes of unstructured daily playtime, also known as recess. So Best AFT is asking the administration and the board to mandate on elementary campuses recess 5 times a week for a minimum of 15 minutes per session. Because why did we spend all this money if schools are not going to allow their students to use it? Thank you. Have the very best evening possible and happy holidays.
Thank you, Ms. Barajas. Is there anybody else that would have anything to say?
Ma'am, can you come to the podium
Ms.
again, please?
Barajas? Can you come to the podium, Ms. Barajas, you mean, or for the principals?
No, Ms. Barajas.
Yes, sir.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for being so passionate. Is this the first time that you address this administration with this concern?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, well, just I appreciate you coming out here and letting us know. That's something the superintendent might want to sit down with you guys and listen in on what you have to bring to the table, because I'm all for making sure that these kids get what they deserve.
Wonderful.
So I appreciate it. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Ms.
In
Gonzalez.
the audience,
Ms.
Mr.
Gonzalez.
Ortiz?
Yes, I'd like to make a couple of comments on the targeted improvement plan. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the teachers and the staff at the schools that were able to get off that list. I think they deserve the recognition. That many times that many times we forget to recognize them and thank them for the hard work that they're doing on campus. So once again, congratulations to those schools that are off the list. My follow-up question is, Dr. Gutierrez, these campuses that are on the TIP now, they also have a CIP also on campus. So now they have two plans. Are they interrelated or correlated or integrated in any way?
Just the audience to know, that campus improvement plan is a CIP versus a Texas improvement plan. There's just, you may want to answer, Dr. Renfro, so that I don't.
Yes, sir. Excuse me. These particular targeted plans are required by the accountability designation or identification for targeted schools. The campus improvement plan addresses your general educational strategies for school improvement, and it is also required for our federal and state compensatory funding. These particular plans are required under Texas Education Code as a result of the identification for being targeted. They are related, although this plan, like I said, initially is much more focused on a few areas, and it addressed adult behaviors rather than our campus improvement plans, which deal with everything from funding through extracurricular, co-curricular activities and tutorials, accelerated programs.
Yes, sir. I understand that. Okay. But my question again is that, are we going to have the campuses working on two different plans?
The campus improvement plan is a requirement under Title I for all schools because we get Title I funds and it's a requirement. This one is in addition to, with accountability system.
Okay. So it's in addition to.
Yes.
That's correct.
Question?
Ms. Peña?
And Dr. Gutierrez, and I also want to concur with Ms. Baraja's presentation. I think it's very important because when you let them in the playground and you make it mandatory, they're more cognizant of what everything that's done around. Because one thing I've noticed when I go places and I see children, they only see what's right in front of them. Their peripheral vision is shut off because of the computer. So to have them out in the playground, to be able to see around them, see what's going on everywhere, is something we need to instill in our children. So when they grow up, they can turn around and take that with them and not just have this focus of what's right in front of them, which is a computer. So we can really look into making sure that we can apply this and give our children the ability to go out there, jump, scream, yell, get it out of their system and connect to the world. They'll come back in class and be relaxed and pay attention to you because they just got all of their energy out. And that's the objective. When we were in school, they let us run around till we were sick of it, because especially the hyper ones. And we came back and listened because we were tired and resting and paying attention. So I think it's a great thing. So we can look at that. I would so appreciate it. It'll make our children much better adults that, are cognizant of their environment. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peña. Ms. Garza?
Ms. Barajas, that same concern was brought to my attention this past week, and I did submit a board member request, and we're just waiting on the report to see what schools and what are the grade levels that are utilizing our playgrounds. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. Third call for anyone else? With that, I will close public hearing.
Thank you. And have a wonderful Christmas holiday.
Thank you.
everyone.
Thank you all for being here as well.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Item
Miss-
7, Brownsville Independent School District Financial Report for the period ended November 30, 2022.
Any questions for Mr. Robledo on the financial reports?
Mr. Robledo, just
Mr. Elizondo?
yes, I'm sorry, ma'am. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Just real quick, you probably do know everything, but more than anything, where is the general fund at this moment in time?
No
You
problem.
know,
So on page
as
two,
of today, December today.
well, we
2022.
are showing the reports of November 30th because those are the latest financials that we do have. If we look at page 10, on the bottom of that page, it has the general fund 101 through 199. So we have revenues of 173 million, expenses of 176, which has a net loss just for the first 5 months of the year of 2.9. If you look further down, you have what they say the unassigned fund balance as of July 1, 22. So we would just do that quick little math, 132 million minus 2.9, and we have about $129 million still left in the fund balance.
And you're going to bet on that number?
That's what the report says.
All right.
Question.
Ms. Peña?
Dr. Gutierrez, may I address Mr. Robledo?
Yes, ma'am.
And that 129 million is unencumbered reserve money that the district has. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we proceed to public comment.
Our next item is a public comment period. Persons wanting to address the board during public comment shall, before the beginning of the meeting, print their names and the subject matter on the sign-in sheet provided at the entrance of the boardroom. As per policy BED local, all board meetings, public comment shall be limited to items on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. Complaints or grievances under the following subjects: employee complaints, personnel matters, student complaints, removal of alternative education program, complaints against individual board members, and expulsions shall be directed to the appropriate policy for attempted resolution before bringing the matter before the board. The board president shall determine if the topic shall be redirected to the appropriate policy or redirected to administration. Comments on issues shall be constructive and courteous. The board allots 30 minutes for public comment. 7 speakers have signed up, and comments will be limited to a maximum of 4 minutes. Our first speaker is Maria Magdalena Aguilar Crandall.
Give me a quick second. Mr. Miguel, can you help me keep track of time, please? And yeah, but so that he can remind them at the 30 seconds. And Mr. Nick, can you just make sure that the rules are followed, please?
Yes, Madam President.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Go ahead, Ms. Maggie.
Good evening, everybody. I am a little bit ADD, so I prepared something to make sure I cover the points I want to cover, and then I'm going to speak a little bit more off the cuff and from my heart. And actually, my previous principal, Mirta Garza, would say I'm a lot ADD. But anyway, I'm here on behalf of myself, my family, the community, taxpayers, and I want to ask you, the board, I'm sorry, I think I didn't say good evening, everybody. I want to ask you that as a taxpayer and community member in Brownsville, I'm asking for true transparency and accountability for every tax dollar that is spent at the district. Even though you have been communicating that an audit has been done, I personally don't believe that it is a true, clear forensic audit. In my opinion, we need a forensic audit conducted to evaluate if our taxpayer dollars have been spent responsibly. As a parent, I also want to make sure that every dollar is utilized to help all students first. And also as a parent of a BISD student, I am asking for your consideration on a forensic audit. I wonder why a forensic audit would even be voted down. Because as the saying goes, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. Now, I did want to bring up the fact that in your meeting that you had March 30th, 2022, one on the agenda handout at the very last page, you presented a quote that said, responsibility equals accountability equals ownership. As a sense of ownership, and a sense of ownership is the most powerful weapon a team or organization can have. This is a quote from Pat Summit. And I would like to ask you to really take into consideration the value of a forensic audit. As a retired librarian, I would like to know where all of the Libido grant monies went. There is one of the discussions that we had often was if 3 schools got closed right after the first year of the Libido grant, that's an average of $270,000 plus another campus, I believe it was back, I might be wrong, also did not qualify for some reason to have a library. So then it didn't qualify for the Libro grant audit. So that's another $90,000. So we'd like to see where that money went. Additionally, while I'll be the first one to say, I have made financial mistakes and errors in my lifetime. The $1.2 million that was paid extra above and beyond because our district was.
Ma'am,
Yes.
excuse me, I must interrupt, and we will pause your time. So that is the subject of an ongoing investigation that'll be discussed in closed session. So we'd ask you to move on at this time, and we'll resume your time.
Thank you very much. I didn't realize that. Thank you very much. So moving on to something else, I'd like to also know where the ISRA monies funds have gone. May I speak about that, sir?
continue, and if we need to interject, we will.
Okay, thank you. So the ESSER money funds, when we first received them, $189 million over 3 years, you had proposed as a school district that you were going to give the teachers $3,600. I believe that's the number over the following 3 years. So that was a $1,200 teacher retention audit. Thank you. Bonus that was being given. I know it was given the first year because I think you gave it 600 in August and 600 in December. This year, I don't think the teachers have received it yet. So I really would like to see where the money has gone. One of the other things that you guys, and I might finish real quick. One of the other things that you presented was that the 3 things that you were going to look for in the ESSER monies was initiatives to review by various districts. Oh, sorry about that, wrong part. One of the things you were going to look
Excuse
at
me,
was
ma'am.
mental, I'm going,
That is the time.
mental improvement of the students. And that's another thing that I like to see what the school district has done so far to improve the mental issues that our students have had.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
ma'am.
so much. Thank you.
Thank
Our
you,
next
Ms. Crandall.
speaker is Mary Kay Nieto.
I just want to clarify and remind that this summer the teachers got 1,500. Go ahead, Ms. Nieto.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Gonzalez, Dr. Gutierrez, and members of the board. My name is Mary Catherine Nieto, and I am the co-chairperson of Bisd, Brownsville Educators Stand Together, and AFT, American Federation of Teachers. I am also a librarian for Hannah Early College High School. I am speaking this evening on agenda items 7A7, 10A3, and 11A2. Best AFT would like to thank the board and administration for the $525 retention stipend for all full-time and part-time employees. We are also happy to see that substitutes who have worked 60 days or more have been included in this retention stipend. We also want to thank the board and administration for stating the need to decompress our classified workers' salaries to show a greater consideration for the time they have worked in the district. Best AFT will gladly help the board and administration in this endeavor. We do ask that when we get to a recommendation during the budget process, that we will have a salary schedule for both classified workers and certified staff. Best AFT would like to wish everyone a happy holiday season and the best new year. Have a great evening.
Our next speaker is Patrick Hammis.
Now it's my turn. Good evening, Board President Gonzalez, Dr. Gutierrez, members of the board, Patrick Hammis, a leader with Brownsville Educators Stand Together, which is BEST, and AFT, American Federation of Teachers, a union of professionals. Tonight I'm speaking on 10A2 and 10A3. 10A2, I would like to thank Mr. Elizondo and Ms. Ortiz for placing this item on the agenda. We know that we have teacher and classified shortages, especially in the area of special education. We would like to commend HR and the administration for hiring teachers with professional certifications in the areas of need, along with not requiring bilingual certification for new teachers. We understand that it is preferred, but not mandatory. We know that HR is recruiting around the state, but are we recruiting out of state? In the past, we have recruited in the Midwest and in northern states. This would be a great time for us to reach out while the temperatures are dropping and the snow is rising. Teaching in South Texas sounds pretty good. 10A3. We would like to thank Mr. Garcia for placing this on the agenda. Best AFT has been working like an elf on Christmas Eve with getting administration to honor our level 3 agreements on data cards and data reports. All organizations have had the same concerns expressed to them by their members. If information is already on Tango or Eduphoria, teachers should not have to duplicate it. We thank all board members for working to address your employees' concerns. Best AFT is willing to meet with you and work with all board members on our members' concerns. We 10B3 quickly. It's a little repetitive with what Mary Catherine just said. We appreciate Ms. Denise Garza for placing the classified salary decompression on the agenda. The board was generous in raising classified salaries to a minimum of $15 an hour. We have heard, though, from many concerns from our classified members that many of them are making just pennies more than their colleagues who have worked significantly less years in the district than they have. We provided board members with some information in the past, and we would, we provided board members with some information in the past on what this could look like. Then we will provide again in this year's budget book. Sorry for the misspeaking. Thank you very much. We wish you a very Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, season's greetings, Feliz Navidad. Have the best vacation possible.
Our next speaker is Adina Alegria.
Good evening, President Gonzalez, members of the board, Dr. Gutierrez, and esteemed guest. My name is Adina Alegria, Executive Director of Texas Valley Educators Association. I first wanted to start by congratulating Mr. Elizondo and Mr. Ortiz on their bid for Board of Trustee. We look forward to working with you. Mrs. Garza, congratulations on your bid for re-election. We look forward to working with you again during your next term. And last but not least, congratulations, Mrs. Gonzalez, on being appointed board president. You will bring a new and fresh perspective to the position. I want to take the opportunity to congratulate the winners of the Do the Right Thing Challenge 2022. For being so young, both Jose and Ariam showed great strength and poise. I would also like to congratulate their teachers, Mrs. Martinez and Mrs. Villarreal, for their guidance in ensuring these student stories were heard and ultimately getting their students to Washington. Mrs. Villarreal was a teacher at Porter while I was there, and she was always loved and admired by her students and colleagues. And that is a true testament to a great teacher. Again, congratulations to all for their outstanding work. I stand before each of you today in solidarity with our brothers and sisters with TFT AFT. We are astonished and dismayed by the utter disregard for the remedies agreed upon after the level 3 hearing concerning data walls. By blatantly not following such remedies, you show total disregard for the process. I ask you tonight, what does that say for this administration? Do you expect people to feel valued, appreciated, and respected? You are disrespecting the sanctity of the process. And while I and Mr. Hammes appreciates Mr. Garcia and Mrs. Garza and their request for the data wall timelines and bringing the issue back to the board, they should have never had to. It is our hope this issue gets resolved sooner rather than later, and that the teachers are given back some time to do what you hired them to do and teach. I want to express our gratitude to Mrs. Garza and Mrs. Valdez for the ask for an update to conduct a salary compression study. Brownsville ISD set a precedent during the last budget cycle. And although they're not with us today, Dr. Tipton and Mrs. Brown was instrumental in not only getting teachers a significant pay raise, but making sure that no one in BISD would make less than $15. So it is now up to this board to continue the work and make sure that if it is anything this board does, is to ensure you compensate the classified employees of the district for their years of service within the department. Lastly, I would like to thank this board for starting to hear grievances after not hearing any for several months. I hope the TVEA members whose level 3 grievances have been pending more than 3 months are heard ASAP. To have issues looming for this long, and especially during the holidays, is physically and mentally exhausting and just not right. Please help our members, the employees of the Brownsville Independent School District. Thank you for your attention this evening. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
Our next speaker is Micaela Escobar.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Micaela Escobar, and I proudly serve AOB and TSTA. Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gutierrez, and members of the public audience, the reason why AOBE supports a forensic audit is very simple. As Senator Lucio mentioned, you were elected by the people to represent us, to do the best for our children, to do the best. On November 17, 2022, the annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year June 30th was approved. However, the audit dates were July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022. 2, the auditor letter, which is at the end, which is on page 150, clearly states they do not express an opinion on the effectiveness of the district's internal controls. They don't. Number three, based on what is known out in social media, something happened after June 30th, 2022. And from what little that we know, it does involve construction, which is paid by tax dollars. Again, it is paid by us, the citizens of this city. Going back to the statement that I said at the beginning, as elected board members, you should do what's best for our community, do what's best for our children, and allow transparency to be present. And this is a reason why we're asking for a forensic audit. And I will end with a quote from TASB that outlines in an article titled, "What are Texas School Board Roles and Responsibilities?" And they list several, but amongst those, they say board members should monitor the district's fiscal activity throughout the year, not just only during audit time. And board members have the right to hire an independent auditor and approve a report. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Angie Villarreal.
Good evening, President Gonzalez, Dr. Gutierrez, and members of the board. My name is Angie Villarreal. I would like to thank Ms. Peña, Mr. Ortiz, and Mr. Elizondo for attending our tree planting ceremony. Thank you so much for being there. I would like to congratulate all the students for receiving many awards. I was very surprised when I walked in and saw the lobby completely full. It was beautiful to see BISD receive so many accolades. Undoubtedly, our students are the heart of BISD. Now, the reason why these students are receiving these accolades is because there were very dedicated teachers behind these students who took it upon themselves to foster their learning. These teachers went above and beyond, as many do, to make sure that BISD is above the rest. But when it comes to the value of teachers' work, it has an exact value, and that is $525. I feel that is well below our value. I believe that a more realistic number is $1,200. You may be thinking that we were given a raise. Yes, but no. It wasn't a raise. We were given an adjustment of the cost of living, and we are still below the inflation rate. You may not believe me, but wait till you get your electric bill. Go grocery shopping. It's not the same as it used to be before. It costs twice as much. And teachers are barely making it even with that adjustment in cost of living. We are not where we're supposed to be. Teachers are still struggling. I ask that you show respect and compensate your faculty and staff for their hard work by giving them $1,200. I believe that that is what everyone deserves. The funds are available. I thought we were at 31 million. The fund balance is 129. Let me tell you, I wrote a letter last year and I was taken aback because we were given $500. And I thought that was so wrong for everybody that had been working so hard. And on that letter, I put on there that if we were given $500, I didn't think that it was right. And I would give half of that stipend or bonus to our custodians. And so I don't have $129 million, but my $500 were cut in half. And as Ms. Paz is my witness, each one received $85. Why do I have to do that? Having so much money in the district, you really think we don't deserve it? You honestly, touching your heart, can say teachers do not deserve it and there's not enough money for everything that we go through? I think it's unfathomable. I really do. So I'm going to end with this. Let us not get so stuck on doing things right that we forget to do the right thing. Right, Ms. Peña?
That is
Yes,
your time,
ma'am.
ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Our next speaker is Veronica Borrego.
Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Gutierrez, Board President Mrs. Jessica Gonzalez, esteemed board members and members of the audience. My name is Veronica Borrego, and I am the proud president of AOBE, the largest and only chartered local in BISD. I am here tonight to speak on the proposed $525 retention stipend. It is not enough. I will quote some of our members and your constituents. It's a slap in the face. I like $1,200, Miss Angie, but I'll raise you $150 and say $1,350. It sounds way better. Our district has been in attrition for at least 5 years. Positions have been cut, and all those extra duties don't go away. They have now been assigned to remaining staff members with no additional compensation. Campus administration has had to pick up many additional duties with cuts to campus administration. Teachers have spent, on average, $600 to $800 since the start of school in August. These out-of-pocket expenses were used to ensure their classrooms were presentable and ready for the first day of school. They were also used to buy classroom supplies, incentives, treats, and gifts for their students for events and holidays. Making sure that every one of their students will have a gift this coming holiday is one of their main priorities. I would like to congratulate all the students who were recognized this evening. As mentioned by Mrs. Villarreal, staff is working after hours and on weekends for programs and activities such as those recognized this evening. They are writing lesson plans, grading papers, doing reading academies, and now a new dyslexia program, to name a few. Because of course, we all know there's absolutely no way this can be done during our 45-minute planning period. According to the district's monthly financial report from November 30th, there is $132.2 million in unassigned funds. These funds could be spent to cover any general funds costs, including the cost of increasing the retention stipend. There were $50.6 million in ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 for the 2022-2023 fiscal year that were unspent and unencumbered. These funds could be reallocated to cover the cost of increasing the stipends, the retention stipends. It is time to show us, your staff, that you appreciate our hard work and the fact that BISD is an A district because we go above and beyond to make this district shine. We have earned it and we deserve it. Thank you and have a good evening.
This concludes our public comment period.
I'd like to thank everyone for following the rules. It's important that we do as adults and as educators of children. So thank you for that. Before we proceed, I would just like to remind my colleagues about the Roberts Rules of Order. Board Policy B, local and Roberts Rules limits debates to 2 opportunities. A trustee may debate a motion for 3 minutes on the first speaking opportunity and 2 minutes on the second opportunity. Ms. Pat, go ahead and keep on.
Yes, ma'am. Recommend approving the consent agenda. The board has agreed to discuss the following items. All of the items below that are not called out will be approved by consent. On page 3, under consent agenda, items 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 will be discussed. On page 4, A11, And on D, item 3.
Miss Valdez?
Yes, I would just like to abstain from item D number 6.
Madam President, also,
Mr. Elizondo?
if we can circle B1.
Sorry?
B1.
On the
Okay.
action item?
Under
Or-
payments, B1, page 4.
Page 4?
Yes, ma'am. Under payments, B1. Yes. Okay. May I have a motion, please?
Motion
Ms.
to approve.
I'm sorry. Ms. Garza had her hand raised, so I'm going to go with her. Ms. Garza?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Please vote. Motion passes 7-0 unanimous. Under board member request, conference presentation, A1, requesting presentation in reference to Bisd athletes insurance. Board member request, Minerva Peña, board support, Carlos Elizondo.
Ms. Peña, this is your item.
Yes, I wanted to put this item so and have someone, Dr. Gutierrez, explain to us because believe it or not, when at the beginning of the year, parents are given a big paperwork to sign, and I had several parents tell me, "Well, we trust the district. We sign the paper, we send it in," but on there it says that anyone in baseball, basketball, football, any sports with the district, if a child gets hurt, the district is not responsible at all. So the parent has to have either the insurance they buy at the beginning of the year or have their own insurance because the children are playing with our school district, representing our school district, with the district taking no risk for the children if they get injured. So I wanted them to make a presentation because some parents told me that they have not heard of this insurance or it wasn't made broad enough or wide enough where they can understand to pay that $50 to buy that insurance, which most parents will buy. That's what I'm being told. So we can make a presentation because for some reason, the mentality out there is that if a child gets hurt during a Hannah football game, Porter football game, any football game, and they get really injured, that the district comes in and picks up their medical bills. And that answer is no, the district is not responsible. You're paying at your own accord. You're playing at your own accord. And district is not responsible. So can someone please explain how that works just to make it public so parents will jump on and immediately purchase extra insurance and see what we can do for those that might not be able to afford $50 for that insurance? Because to you and I, we are blessed that we've never had the need of money to buy stuff like that. But when you're making $7.25 an hour and you have 5 kids in school and 3 are in sports, it gets expensive. So can you please explain that to us, please?
Yes, I ask our athletic director, Coach Gilbert, can you come up just to explain what Ms. Peña's item? Thank you, Coach.
Good evening, sir. Dr. Gutierrez, President Gonzalez, members of the board. Yes, so every year our school district purchases a student insurance for all our students throughout the school district. Like you had mentioned before, the traditional policy was here to give a brochure in English and Spanish to every student in BISD in every elementary. That stack that you're talking about, there's probably a brochure for additional athletic insurance in that stack that goes to every student in BISD. Our school district does have an athletic policy that does cover our students. As far as for the extra additional coverage, we are working with Student Insurance Company. We do have a company that goes above and beyond for our student athletes, and that information is in, like I said, in English and Spanish in brochure form. In our athletic insurance, in our athletic handbook, before any student in BISD participates in athletics, they go through the same process of filling out athletic forms where it does state on there that that BISD is not 100% fully covering any student that participates in athletics across BISD. The insurance policy that we are currently using right now does have 3 current policies that are available as an add-on to our students from students pre-K all the way to 12th grade. The first policy is just an an accident policy that covers a student while they're at school. There's an additional second policy that can be purchased for that covers all students to and from school, including all athletics events except football. And then there's a third additional policy that a student may, a parent may purchase that just covers just football only for all injuries that happen. So basically what happens is that if there is an injury that occurs, depending on the sport, you had mentioned football. So if a student does get injured at Sam Stadium during a football game, the first order of business would be whether the parents have a primary health provider first. If they do, then that will act as the first primary insurance for that student. If the parents of that student do not have insurance, then our athletic insurance will act as the primary insurance, but it does not cover 100% of the costs. So if there is limits to our policy that we have here at BISD. So that information is in writing and it is there, but it is not it has never been stated that that every student will be medical expenses will be covered 100%.
Question, may I question? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm a little confused. I'm sorry. And I've always been told if the layperson doesn't understand, then we have a problem. So what you're saying, what I'm hearing you say, that let's say a child gets hurt during a baseball game and it gets hit in the face and it fractures his nose. And the child's parent, for whatever reason, don't have the insurance up to date, so the child's not covered. Would the district cover it if the child did not pay for that extra insurance because for whatever reason they didn't know about it or they didn't feel they could afford it? They did not buy any extra insurance with BISD. They do not have any insurance for that child on their own, family. So is there something that can cover a child that is in that position?
Yes, ma'am. Or if a student athlete does not have family health insurance, that our athletic policy will kick in as the primary insurance. But there's no guarantee that 100% of the costs from that injury will be covered by the insurance.
So then if anyone gets hurt, any child out there that has gotten hurt and was told by the school, you're on your own, there's no insurance, sorry, we can't help you. May we tell them they can call you so you can explain? Because you're saying something totally different from what parents are saying they're being told. So there's a little bit of confusion there. So I'm hearing you say loud and clear, if your parents didn't have insurance on you, you didn't buy that insurance when the school year started, there is something that exists to try and help you with some of that expense. Of course, we're not going to know what's going to be covered because you go to the doctor and they say, no, the insurance say, we're not covering that. But there is something out there where you can try and help this child get back up to par and take care of their physical injuries to restore them to good health. So they can talk to you about that. If there's a doubt, may they do that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Coach and Ms. Peña. Number 2.
Item 2, requesting presentation and status in reference to BISD vacancies. Board member request, Frank Ortiz. Board support, Carlos Elizondo.
Mr. Ortiz, this is your item.
Yes, my question, and I'd like to have some clarification if I could, Dr. Gutierrez. I know that the district has had a couple of job fairs, and we've had the opportunity to hire some of our teachers and individuals that we need in the manual trades and different departments. But as I visit the different campuses, and I did go to the job fair, and basically a lot of the feedback that I received from the representatives from the schools that were there at the job fair was that some of them had 2 vacancies, 3 vacancies, some of them had 4 vacancies. And it concerned me because my follow-up question was, how long have you had these vacancies? Well, we've had them for the whole semester. The semester is ending in a couple of weeks. We come back in January and we begin with a new semester. I'm concerned about all the vacancies I have out there. I'd like to have at least a little rundown on how many vacancies we have out there. What is the district doing to advertise and promote our district, especially with the vacancies?
Yes, sir. And teacher vacancies has been a concern, throughout the year. And I think we've had the most job fairs this year than any other year. And Dr. Trevino would go over that. Obviously, there's a huge shortage of teachers and staff throughout the district that we've been trying to fill in those vacancies as much as possible. I mean, if there's one thing I would love to have is a fully staffed district because there's no learning loss more than what we already have due to the pandemic. But can you go ahead and just go over briefly what we've done over the last semester, Dr. Trevino? Uh,
Yes, thank you, Ms. Gonzalez, members of the board, and thank you, Mr. Ortiz, for bringing this item up. So you're absolutely correct. You asked for a summary of the vacancies. So I don't know if you're able to see them there. As Dr. Gutierrez said, this is a statewide problem. The universities are not producing as many teachers that are retiring or resigning. So at the high school, and I did break it down by regular ed, special ed, because we do have a need in special education, very, very hard to fill. So you'll see that at the high school right now, currently, throughout all the high schools, we have 22 vacancies in regular ed, 7 in special ed, 1 administration, for a total of 30 vacancies. These are for certified staff. For the middle schools, we have 5 regular ed teachers, 8 special education teachers, overall 13. Elementary, 14 regular ed, 16 special ed, for a total of 30, 1 administration. So we have a total of 73 professional individuals that we need to fill. Regarding certified, we have 19 classified individuals, vacancies, 1 in a high school, 3 in a middle school, and 15 elementary. Special education classified, very difficult to find individuals because they do require hours in college. They need 48 hours of college to be an aide in special ed. We have 20 vacancies at high school, 11 in middle school, and 11 in elementary. We do provide the teachers with substitutes if they need it because, in all of these, in particular special ed, they need that extra support. They may not be certified and they may not have the 48 hours, but if they need help, we certainly provide that. Other classified, 2 high school, 1 middle school, 2 elementary, a total of 5. We have 66 vacancies district-wide for our classified. As far as departments, 80 classified and 9 certified. Just really quick, as far as a rundown, we have had 3 local job fairs this semester alone. 1 in August, 1 in November, and in December as well. These are the number of positions that we filled in each of those respective job fairs. 49 in August, 18 in November, and 22 in December. You're absolutely right. We're not filling them as fast as we would like. I agree with Dr. Gutierrez. We would love to have a complete, staff. Any time that we have somebody that's out, that's just naturally absent, we do have sometimes as many as 500 teachers absent as well on a daily basis. So we understand that we have a need. And because of that, we have attended 10 we had 3 local and we attended 7 out of the district. Here in Brownsville, TSC, we went to San Antonio, Kingsville, Corpus, Brownsville here with UTRGV, Edinburgh, and we continue to go in the spring. But everyone is out there looking for teachers. So we're competing against others. It's almost as, we're fighting for teachers to come to our table to bring them in. I'd also like to thank publicly Special Education Department and Bilingual because they've also sent their personnel to all of these job fairs to also help us recruit. We can bring them in as much as we can. I mean, I understand somebody made a comment of going outside the state. I mean, certainly that's an option, but I assure you that this is a national problem. And we are also doing a Grow Your Own. We got a grant. We applied for a grant and got the grant where we're able to pay for schooling for, I want to say 9 individuals that we're growing them with the assurance that we're going to pay for it, where the state of Texas is actually paying for it. But we're growing our own with the understanding that they would stay in Bisd and teach special ed for 5 years at least. So we are, trying to find grants also to try to get teachers to come on board, even if we have, and that's something that we're looking at, trying to find more grants so we could grow our own because everyone is fighting for teachers.
If I may,
Go
with a
ahead.
follow-up,
Yes.
Dr. Gutierrez, how are we advertising the vacancies that we have in BISD?
And so that's a very good question. We do have our own website where we have the vacancies posted, and we have advertised in our local paper through media or through Mr. Moody's office anytime we have job fairs listing the positions that we're looking for, in particular special education. I mean, we could try to go online and try to do more through Indeed or, things like that.
May I? And that's what I was going to recommend. If we are competing out there, and I know that we are, and it's not just, statewide, it's nationwide for teachers. I mean, can we advertise the positions that are available in BISD? I know that you have them on the website, but, I've looked through them myself. Like whenever somebody applies for a position, you close out your application and then a whole list of vacancies come up. But how many people actually go in there and look at that? So is there a way that we could advertise, as you mentioned just a little while ago, the specific vacancies that we have in the district?
Absolutely, sir. That's something that we could do. I mean, putting it in Indeed and any other social kind of platform. Yes, most definitely, we will do that.
Ms. Garza? Oh, sorry.
I would say that would be a good idea, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Garza, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Dr. Gutierrez, may I address Dr. Trevino?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Trevino, on the classified, I noticed that we have 20 in the special ed in high school. And well, that's the most, right, that we have total from high school, middle school, and elementary with 42. I know about a month and a half ago, there was a concern brought to me. We had a retired paraprofessional who had applied, and then she was rejected because she didn't have the college hours, but she had retired with X amount of years. And so I know in our application process, there have the 3 requirements on why you're eligible for this position. And there was one that stated if you worked in a daycare or you helped in your church. How are we identifying those that qualify under that third option?
And so Ms. Rodriguez, did you want to answer that?
I wanted, yes. Can you hear me?
No.
No, right? This doesn't sound very, can you hear me now? Okay. Yes, I do recall that particular incident. Dr. Gutierrez shared the name with me, and we did go through and clear her. We checked with TA, and yes, it was an area that the young lady worked at a daycare in different areas, and we cleared her, and she was ready to become one of our special ed teacher aides.
Thank you. And Ms. Rodriguez, I know you say you had checked with TEA, but why was it one of the options if we weren't even sure if TEA would have allowed us?
It is one of the options. We had just never had anyone apply. That was the first one. And as we go, I've got to tell you that it was one of our very first ones we've ever cleared that way. And so we just wanted to make sure that it was still, and because it is a need, Dr. Gutierrez encouraged us to make sure we gave her the opportunity, and we did. And we just wanted to make sure we covered all our areas and that it was still not just on the job posting. It was something that we are now making sure that if we have others the same way, we most definitely will give them that opportunity to get started with BISD.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes.
And Dr. Gutierrez, can we verify with any applicants that are in the classified if they fall under those, if we reach out to them just to verify? Because we do have a lot of daycares. I know that employees are trying to come over to us because of the benefits.
Sure, ma'am.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Peña?
And Dr. Gutierrez, before we leave, can we get a copy of that PowerPoint that's up on the screen?
Yes, ma'am. We can get you a copy of it.
And I was going to ask also, so people are applying for jobs and then come in to BISD to make sure all the paperwork is met. And do we still have a computer where the people or a person coming in to apply can sit and apply on the computer that's in our HR? Or are they being told they have to go home and apply and fill out their computer at home?
No, if I may. Absolutely, Ms. Peña, we do have multiple computers available in HR that are available for the public to apply. And if they need assistance, we certainly have the individuals that can help them.
Okay, and can we look at that? But I've gotten 4 calls where the person called me, the people called me and said, I was told they can't help me. I have to do it on my own. And that there was an issue with one. and they never called them to let them know. So what do we need to do to help HR stay on top of these little things that is not clearing these employees to get a job? And I really feel uncomfortable that when the employee calls a board member, and the board member's responsibility is to call you and make sure it happens, and then when we call you, gets resolved, they get hired. My question is, why do they have to reach out to a board member and not go and talk to them and get it cleared? So can we get a little better efficient on that to make sure we get these employees on the job? Because we're losing a lot of them to the charter schools, to the neighboring school districts, and they're good, qualified people. So can we kind of
Sure.
look at that and see where the ball is falling and it's not moving forward? Can we do that, please?
Okay, yes,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Peña.
Great.
May-
Mr. Elizondo?
Yeah, just a real quick add. Dr. Trevino, I know that we're doing a lot of things on being able to recruit new employees, right? But at the same token, are we doing enough to make sure that our 10-year employees are not leaving the district and leaving those holes, open? I know there's a big issue with a lot of transitioning from the school district to the retirement life or just completely quitting. So maybe we also got to look at that aspect as well, making sure that we do as much as we can, whatever that is, to keep the employees that are still here, especially the ones that have been here the longest. Thank you, ma'am.
Point well taken, Mr. Elizondo. Thank you.
Thank you all. Number 3, Pat?
Item 3, presentation regarding the data wall timelines. In addition, follow up to the schools that were reported not following recommendations. Board member request, Eddie Garcia. Board support, Denise Garza.
Mr. Garcia, this was your item?
That is correct. There was a concern being that we need to get a timeline as to some grievances that were filed and recommendations were made to be sent back to administration or administrators at the school level. Unfortunately, there were some that failed to follow these recommendations because anytime, and everyone has heard me say this, we are one district. It's not these schools are going to follow this. That was supposed to be across the board. And these were, again, were brought up by one of the associations, Best. And then Mr. Hamas reached out again, continuing with some of these concerns that, again, those principals were not following. And this is why I put down that we needed to get a follow-up as to what had transitioned during this period, because this started really before August, but that's when we heard that first grievance.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Garcia. Obviously, monitoring student progress is always going to be something that we need to do, but there's different ways of doing this. And Dr. Trevino and her staff have been working with Tango, one of our software consultants, to do this with a software program instead of data walls. And I believe that they have been working on this program for about several months, but it's been finalized so that teachers can track their student progress individually through Tango, that software company that has provided services in our district. And she can show you in her presentation just a brief overview of what we did and to monitor student progress, because that is still something that we need to do to make sure that our students are making academic gains throughout the year. But go ahead, Dr. Trevino.
Thank you, Dr. Gutierrez. And so, and I'm sure this is pretty small, so I apologize ahead of time because we couldn't get it any larger, but I can certainly get you copies. And so Tango, believe it or not, has been in BISD since 2008. And so that's when data walls kind of started, and they started creating reports on student performance list back in 2008. It was to identify trends and to set goals. As Dr. Gutierrez mentioned, we're monitoring kids in order for us to see how we can close gaps. So it allowed for the monitoring of student progress. And so for a while, data walls were being used in BISD, and conversations maybe, a couple of years ago, but even before the pandemic, it was like, how can we reduce the workload on the teachers and use the reports effectively and not be redundant. And so with so much transitioning into that, once the scores came in August really, but uh, when the accountability started shifting, we also asked Tango back in the summer, what can you do to polish up the platforms and the software so we can alleviate the work from the teachers? And obviously, when we ask a software company to modify something, it's going to take them a few months. So this work really got started in the summer of this year of 2022. Tango was not able to put it all together till September. So on September the 16th, reports were updated to reflect the new accountability framework. Even though that's still iffy and TA has not solidified it, it's a work in progress. So Tango added two sections. They added the campus data wall report and the teacher data wall report. And once that came into play in September, we really should have no one creating little cards that track students, because now it's all done electronically, all of it. And so they did a transition table to track. And now through this, Tango software, we're even able to identify how each student is doing, how each teacher is performing by period. So then we can help and assist along the way. So that rolled out in September. TA on November the 9th put out an update. Like I said, everything right now is fluid when it comes to the accountability system. And so we're asking them again to modify what we currently have. So I kind of want to share real quick, and I know, and I apologize, it will be small, but the teachers will see it in their computer and the principals, because we've been very fortunate to buy a lot of those instructional panels. They see them pretty large. And so but when you see something like this is a fictitious school. It doesn't exist, but you can see, and I don't know if I can, for the audience, right here, they would see the three names of the teachers. So this is a campus report. You would then see, for example, the number of students right here that each of those teachers is responsible for. So for example, the first teacher, maybe she's an inclusion teacher, she has 4 students. The next one, 82, and the third one, 111. Then you'll see if they did not test, or if they tested. You could even see how they're contributing to the campus. So right now in this particular one, this teacher would have a C at a 79, the other one is 77. But it's tracking it down to even that level, because the state even this year will give us a letter grade, even though they're making changes. They may say that the TEKS didn't change, but the way we're testing them did. And so that you could even see there the red column for the students that did not meet. Approaches is the light green, the dark green is meets. That means they're passing solidly, the meets. Then the masters are kids that are doing very, very well, college career ready, on their way. And you see by groups, for example, let me see if I can get this. Right here, you would see 12 students did not pass. 16 did not pass for this teacher. And because this one had 4 and they were all pending, there is no score. But 3 for one teacher and 9 for the other didn't pass, but they had progress. I mean, they're closer to approaches. And so it is completely already set up for us to be able to talk about students without the teachers having to fill out any cards, or administrators for that matter having to fill it all out. It is that strategic and that concrete to help us make better informed decisions when it comes to instruction. And it tells you by domain how the teacher and students are doing. So then we can, like, for example, here we're at a 78 for domain 1, but for domain 2A, we're an A at a 92. For domain 2B, we're at an A at a 90. So it kind of gives us, we're doing great here. This is where we can help and increase. So for the teacher data wall, the teachers, I think, are going to love this. They don't have to worry about it. It is done by period, for example. This is a fictitious teacher, but it's a middle school example. So you have by period, first period, fourth period, fifth, eighth, and ninth, how many students they tested, or students, how many are pending, how many tested, and then by period, you can see how the students are performing. So maybe the teacher would say, what is eighth grade students doing compared to first period, excuse me, because we have a 93 right now with my fourth period. Maybe they are a GT class or a pre-AP class compared to first period with an 80. And then you'll see how the students are performing. Very, very specific, the teachers. And in addition to that, when you go to the student performance, one of the things that, the teachers have asked, well, maybe we don't want the student names. We want their IDs for confidentiality. We could do it by IDs. But this particular report, and I know it's small, but the teachers will have access to it. For example, it'll tell you if the student is an emergent bilingual student, at risk, special ed. So those special groups, because TA will be tracking these kids in a special group. They're called super group. So they're going to put these kids together, and we need to ensure that we're showing progress with these students. And you can see with this particular report how the student did last year in their STAR, and then how they did, the percent that they got, but then how they did in the first assessment, second, the district, and then here, if they got you a point or did not get you a point. So students will be monitored specifically, even those kids that have failed last year or the year before, through House Bill 4545. We are responsible for making sure that we show progress, especially with all kids, right? But especially the House Bill 4545 group. So this will certainly help. And you'll see, for example, this particular teacher had 81 students because one didn't take it. And so you'll see she had 15 students not passing, but you'll see how close they are. Those that were at approaches, meets, and masters. And so all the data is right here. They don't have to worry about it. They're not going to have to fill out cards. They can have fabulous, rich discussions on how we can close gaps. So we're excited. They're continuing to tweak it as TEA continues to make final decisions on the accountability. So we're excited about this. We did roll it out at the end of the second 6 weeks. And with the first benchmark, we're ready to provide this data. We are having a meeting with the principals on Thursday, where they'll be looking and reviewing their benchmark data, number one.
Mr. Garcia?
Thank you for that presentation. And, earlier in the year, Ms. Longoria, Dr. Gutierrez, and myself were at Falk, and we got to see that work in progress. And definitely, it's still ongoing. And one message that I want to keep on saying is that we are one district, and we need to make sure, Dr. Gutierrez, that everyone follows the same recommendation. And I just want to say, Miss Angie, I haven't forgotten about the lesson plans. So thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Ms. Peña, I'm sorry.
And also, sir, and I'm kind of glad you make that last statement, Mr. Eddie, but Dr. Gutierrez, would you agree that BISD is an A district and we have excellent teachers that produce excellent students?
We earned the A, of course.
Okay, and I'm very proud of that, and my hat's off to everyone, because without the teachers, we wouldn't be here today. And with that point, thank you. Give yourselves a hand, because you've earned it, and you've been doing this for years. And you've had different superintendent, different board members, different people at the top, and you people at the front lines have had us at the top no matter what you go through. And with that point, I want to make sure, sir, that we don't get to the point where we take a teacher who has 100% passing on their state test, on their students, and we micromanage. And I'm being told by these teachers who have these high scores that it is very difficult to work and make sure the student makes it if I have the top on top of me constantly. And as an employee of the state, I remember we were taught, if they're doing their job and they're doing great and they're excelling, don't be over there trying to fix it, because we just please make sure we don't fix what's not broken. And like Angie said, don't get so stuck on doing things right. We forget to do the right thing. And the ones that are flourishing, let them flourish, let them grow, let them continue producing the honor roll students that they're producing. Because at the end of the day, when God calls us home, we're going to stay here, and the result is going to be our action to those teachers who maybe couldn't take the stress that you and I can. So can we make sure, because I'm hearing that there's going to be a new lesson plan, new this. Oh yeah, there's vendors out there that want to turn the whole world upside down and give you new stuff. Let's be very conscientious of our teachers, and if they're excelling and they're doing well, let's not try to rebuild something that's at the top.
Ms. Garza?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Dr. Trevino, with this Tango software, you mentioned that it's been in our district since 2008. So our teachers are familiar with the program. And my thing is, we're sticking to just this program, right? There's not going to be something else where we still need it on another platform.
And so thank you for that. Our high schools have been more or have worked more with Eduphoria for the past few years, but they are meeting with Tango this week so they can start becoming more and more comfortable. But this is the data wall that they will be using when talking about student growth.
Thank you. And you mentioned you would be meeting with administration. So we need to make sure that our administrators all hear that one message and then relay it to the campus the way the message has been relayed to them.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Ms. Valdez?
Yes, I just wanted to thank you to Dr. Trevino. I know when we brought this up initially, it was all about duplication of work and what can we do to let our teachers teach. And we've been I know you all have been working on this for your timeline for a long time. So it's great to see the progress and to know that we're making sure that if there is something that we can do that is that causes less time from paperwork, we're doing it. So thank you for doing that. We appreciate it.
Mr. Ortiz?
I want to say I certainly agree with what Ms. Peña said just a little while ago. Who else knows better what's best for students than our stakeholders, the ones that are in the schools day in and day out? So we do need to listen to them, and we need to, bring them to the table, and they tell us what works, what they need. We're here to support them to be able to, deliver instruction effectively. So, it's all about listening. It's all about listening and not micromanaging. We need to listen, as I said, to our stakeholders all the time.
Thank you for that. Yes, go ahead. Mr. Elizondo, I'm sorry.
Thank you. And maybe just to add on there, maybe we could send an email to all the schools, especially administration, that the platform that we're going to use is a Tango platform. That way everybody knows, in an email format. That way nobody says, well, I didn't know. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Ms. Pat, number 4.
Item 4, presentation and discussion on the status of the Bisd Museum at CAB. Board member request, Frank Ortiz. Board support, Carlos Elizondo.
Mr. Ortiz, this is your item.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We have a district that's been in existence for over 100 years. We have so much history in BISD, and it's educational. The museum is. I'm talking about the museum now. There's so many artifacts in that museum. And it came to me that it was said, it has no educational value, so let's close it down. I mean, that hit me in the heart, because for a district that's over 100 years, what more education can we give to our students, to our community, to our public, to go and see the roots of BISD? We're always promoting BISD, saying that it's the best choice, and to come to BISD. We have a history. We have a museum that people can go and visit and ask questions about and actually see our history. My question is, Dr. Gutierrez, why is that museum closed, and why isn't it available?
First of all, I think our museum does have an educational value because it's about BISD, and BISD is an educational institution. So, and the museum is available, has been available to anyone. I don't think we've ever had anyone has been turned back from not touring the museum. I've toured that museum many times myself because I love that kind of stuff. I love to see the history. I love to read about it. Every time I go there, I learned a lot about BISD, and those of you that have seen me in CAB, you know that I visit that museum very often. I'm an advocate of that because I believe that in the history needs to be preserved and well kept, like we have in that museum. And I was very impressed that BISD has a museum such as the one that we have, because not too many districts have that type of a history like Brownsville does. Very impressive. And we are going to make our museum available. And Mr. Guerrero, and I know Pat, we talked about that, but I do believe that that you're right. We need to promote it more. We need to let the community know that we have a beautiful history of our BISD in there, and it's got such a long history. I mean, I've seen some of those yearbooks back from the early 40s or 30s, and I love to see that stuff. I've seen a lot of those yearbooks myself. So, yes, I think what we need to do more is promote it, that we have such a wonderful history of BISD in that building for everyone to see and learn from about our history that we've had over 100 years. But you want to give us, you want to share with us what we do, and also because of this, Mr. Ortiz, we've made a video, and we want to put it in there so that people can see what's in there, because it's beautiful what we have in that museum.
If I may, that's what I was recommend. I was going to recommend. We have a fantastic studio, KBSD. My guys, they can do a short documentary and promote it like that. I mean, how are people going to know that it's available if we're not promoting our museum? A follow-up question, Dr. Gutierrez. Do we have a schedule to when that museum is open, and who is manning that museum in case somebody goes and visits?
That's what I'll ask Mr. Guerrero to let us know, and see how we can promote it some more, and hopefully more community can go visit.
Good evening, Board President, board members, Dr. Gutierrez. So Ms. Pat Perez and myself coordinate on the museum. I'm in charge of the CAB administration, Central Administration Building. So whenever somebody goes to, they wants to see a museum, they'll come, the security guard will come my office. We'll send somebody to open it up. They'll tour it for however long they want to. Whenever they're ready to go, we'll close it back up just to keep the historic stuff that we have in there safely. And right now, what you were saying about the yearbooks, it happened that when they were doing this video, I was in there, and I came across my yearbook from my high school, and I started seeing it. I won't show you the picture of me in high school, but yeah. So it is beautiful in there. It's beautiful things that we have in there. Clarinets from way back in the day. It's a lot of history in there, and it's very beautiful. But yes, the museum is always open. As soon as somebody gets there, we open it up for them. We never turn anybody down.
Hold on. Before the video, I would like to make an informal board member request that I believe we all need to see that yearbook photo now. Ms. Peña needs, yeah, I think that, where's Jason? That needs to go on our header on our website. Ms. Peña has a question before the video, please.
Yes, and it goes to the point that I've been thinking, because our fund balance is huge, and I see that we close positions, and then we put the job on someone else. And sir, you have a huge job with this. It's not the museum. You have a huge responsibility, and you do an awesome job. Miss Pat has a huge job, and I have a little bit of concern that we double up and close the position, save the money, and then give it to the other people to do the work. Stop what you're doing. There's somebody here at the museum. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm out to lunch. Well, sir, find me somebody. I see we're doing real well in fund balance, but not at the expense of the front line. And that hurts me, because I wasn't raised like that. That when I know you know what I'm talking about, and you're excellent at your job. But to me, your priority is your first job and not the museum. But that's not unto you. If the boss tells you you have to skip and hop and sit down and stand up all at the same time, well, you got to do that. My concern, Dr. Gutierrez, is I don't want to see us closing positions and say, look how wealthy we are, while we're killing all employees. And at time, some good employees who could have given us 5-10 more years say, I got to go. So if we do stuff like that, can we find out maybe to put it less on someone who's as important as you are, sir, with your job, someone as important as Pat is with her job? And I thank you for doing it. But my concern is, we personally, people have called me on that museum, and it's important, and we are great. And it's awesome that we're the only ones in the district and in the valley that has that museum. And for us to double it up, I have a severe concern. So can we reconsider that? Because that's a awesome museum that can be built bigger and better with a full-time employee that was there, because that's the one who got it to where it is now. So you can, I don't know, I think that's the problem.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Elizondo.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for allowing us to put your picture on the website. Just a real quick question, Dr. Gutierrez. What, how much do we pay the museum for a working budget? Do we have anything like that?
I don't think so, sir. That like a budget to because everything that we have, we already have all the artifacts and all the history, and I want to say that every time I've gone to that museum, I've gone alone or on my own because it's one of those self type of museums that you can go in and out and pretty much view everything because everything is behind counters. Uh, and all the time that I've gone, I just stay there and I read everything is very well set up already for anyone to just view it. I think what we need to do is advertise it more, have our doors open, have a sign-in list like they do in other places. And when you go visit, is just have a sign-in and how many people are signing in and viewing that museum. But if I'm not mistaken, and perhaps because it's a lack of promoting it more, that if we see people like really going all the time, well then we may consider someone part-time there. But right now, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I was talking to the custodian that opens that museum. I've asked him how many people have shown up. He says within the last 2 weeks, nobody has shown up. Maybe we need to advertise more.
Correct.
And let 'em know.
And a follow-up question, ma'am, if I may.
Yes.
And the reason I asked that is because we're going to vote on page 5, line item number 6, is to give $89,480 to the Brownsville Historical Association and the Brownsville Museum of Fine Arts. So if we're about to give that much money out to other entities so that we can promote those, so we can have our kids in there, I think we should give ourselves as well something like that so that we can promote BISD history. And that's the reason why I asked that question, because I know that we've always given out to other individuals to making sure that we promote their excellence in their historical value. And I feel that BISD has that value as well. So we're looking at line item number 6. We do have an item for about almost 90,000 to give other museums as well. And that was just the reason for that. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Appreciate
you, Mr. Elizondo. Feel free to show us the video, please.
Achievement, tradition, legacy. The Brownsville Independent School District Museum houses treasures of historic excellence, chronicling the success that built the foundation of who we are today. Call today to set up a visit and discover the stories behind Brownsville's most prestigious schools. The Brownsville Independent School District, the best choice.
That's a great video.
Question.
Ms. Peña?
Excellent job. Keep it up. But one thing I strongly recommend, Dr. Gutierrez, we should not allow, you are the superintendent. You're allowed to go in there by yourself and look around. No one else from the public should be able to come into any of our building, and they don't have the freedom to come in and let them just see because everything's behind closed doors. So please, public, understand there. If I'm not mistaken, you will not allow a person to come in and say, I want to see the museum, and you just leave them in there by themselves. Am I right? Because you said that we don't need, right, sir? We don't allow someone to say, I want to see the museum. You send someone and they just leave them there until they're finished and then come back and close the door. We don't do that, right? We don't do that. Okay, because the way you stated it, it sounded like that. So make sure that doesn't happen.
No, someone stays there. And
Thank you.
watches that everything's
Thank
safe.
you. Thank you.
Awesome.
Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We're on B now, action
B,
items.
1, discussion, considerations, and possible action on conducting an anonymous climate survey with all BISD employees. Board member request, Minerva Peña. Board support, Carlos Elizondo.
Ms. Peña, is your item?
Yes, Dr. Gutierrez. I know this is a hard thing and it's very difficult. And if I step on toes, please forgive me. We're in 2022, where people say, "Oh, there's no retaliation." Yeah, there is. I've had it myself. They try to pin me to the wall or take me off the planet. But you take a deep breath and you go forth. I have a lot of things where people want to speak about, and I don't know if they're true or not. I've had people go and tell me, well, this administrator told me, how dare you go talk to the superintendent about that? I said, I'm sorry. I'm going to be very candid with everyone. You know what I tell these people? Next time you go talk to somebody, turn your phone on, record, put it on airplane mode, and record it. I'm sorry, because people will say no. So everything I say, I admit I'm gonna say it. So I make sure if it comes out of my mouth, I'm gonna own up to it, because it's better to eat crow than a whole buzzard. So my concern is just so we can see where we are. I'd like to have a climate survey, because my objective is not to get rid of people, because that's not the solution. My objective is to help people get better, because that's how we improve. When someone cared enough about us to say, you know, when you do this, you're doing it wrong and you're rubbing people the wrong way. You have to change. And I had a lieutenant that would come and tell us, and it's true, they don't have to like you. Your supervisor doesn't have to be liked by you, or you don't have to like them. But when they say, you know, you're a pain in the neck, but darn it, you do a good job and you have our backs and we'll fight for you. They don't like you, but you do a darn good job that they won't have anyone over them but you. That's the kind of people we want in charge. So if we can have something like this, not to get rid of people, just to find out where are the issues and politely call these people in and tell them, I have news for you. We need to fix this. Because some people have never fixed it because no one's ever brought it to their attention that they're very abrasive. And when people don't know what abrasive is, sandpaper is abrasive. It rubs you the wrong way. And it's not their fault, in my opinion, because no one's ever corrected them. And we have to do it eloquently, diligently, and very firm, stern, and very polite. So if we can have something like this without people fearing that we want to terminate, because no. I like to fix what we have and not go get a new that can be worse. That's my mentality. Fix what we have to make it work.
Thank you, Ms. Peña. You know, we've looked at this in different ways, and you know, we are almost coming out of a pandemic, and it's been very difficult for everyone nationwide due to the pandemic. Back in the spring of 2022, which is about 7 months ago, AFT did a statewide survey on educators, and 66% of educators or employees of districts want to leave the profession. These are hard times because of what happened with the pandemic. I know morale is always very important. This district lifted the morale of this community during the pandemic like no one else. We, in case, just a reminder, we as a district, we fed over 750,000 meals during the most difficult times in this community. We also, as a district, took the initiative to become a provider of vaccines, and we administered over 35,000 vaccines to our students, our staff, our parents, and our community. Parents or community members were lining up for 12, 14 hours. We were working Saturdays, evenings, vaccinating the community because we wanted to lift the morale of our community and our everyone during a very difficult time. And we're still not out of it, that because one of the biggest issues that we also have and the Texas Education Agency has identified that we have a huge learning loss. And we need to continue to work on that learning loss that is going to take approximately 3 to 5 years. We're only 1 year out of the pandemic, or semi out of the pandemic, because we still have a lot of absences due to sickness, even this year, this semester, a lot. And a lot of you can relate to that. So the morale, the health, the anxiety, the stress, the social, emotional is still there. And just like AFT already did one statewide, and not only statewide, it's nationwide. We do the same survey, we're going to get the same results that we already know we're going to get. We have also looked at what is something that helps the morale of employees. Well, we've done some of that. One of those items is compensating our employees. And when I started here, we were the lowest paid school district in Cameron County. No, in fact, let me correct myself. In Region 1, I believe. Now we're not, we're kind of like towards the upper tier of highest paid districts in the Region 1 area, because we're at 53,000 starting pay for teachers. And in that survey from AFT, the number one thing that improves morale was salaries. And we're headed in that direction. The other thing that we've also done is that we got to continue because the other item that was in that survey with AFT was excessive paperwork. We're trying to balance that, but there's also a lot of state mandates that we are required to comply with. And so that was another item that the educators identified as burdensome. And then, of course, the morale of employees is always going to be work in progress every day by everyone. So I'm more of a firm believer that it's us up here that we need to continue to do everything we can to continue compensating our employees as they should be, reduce the paperwork as much as we can, depending on state mandates. And the morale of employees is always going to be in the forefront of us in this school district, because the pandemic has still is in effect, and has also brought in a lot of social emotional issues with families, with kids, with staff. And that's why that survey that was already done 6-7 months ago has us at 66% of educators or school employees wanting to leave their jobs. I think we just got to continue working on the morale, build it up in different ways, because we already know what we need to do. That's my explanation on that.
The follow-up.
Ms. Peña?
And your point is well taken, but I really believe that, and I ask my colleagues to support this, because we need to know what the detail is for Brownsville Independent School District. The one done by statewide was statewide. This district is awesome, and we want it to continue to be awesome. And the little things that we might find in this survey that maybe was not told or people didn't think was important will be in the forefront of the survey, and it is important. It's just little things sometimes you think you do and you don't do. For example, forgiveness. Let me give you an example. And I was taught this and I was shocked. When someone hurts you, you forgive them. And you're like, yeah, I forgive them. Did you forgive them? Yeah, I forgive them. And then all of a sudden you see that person and you cringe with like dislike. I got news for you. We didn't forgive them. So my point is, when we do stuff like this and we get a survey, we need to ask the people to please be very conscientious, and we need to know what the details are to continue making the district number one in the valley. Because, sir, I've never had, and I've been here since I was a 5th grader in education, being part of the school and everything with kids and all grandkids, and the morale, I've never felt it like this. And they say, well, no one's listening. Well, speak up. No, I can't. So my opinion, if we do this, we can find out things that we didn't pay attention to that mean very little to us, but mean a whole lot to the people in the front line that are molding and shaping our future for the city. Because if we don't, that's what's going to fail the city of Brownsville. It's not going to grow, because they're going to grow up and can't wait to get out of here. And I want the brains to stay. I don't want to drain the brains in the city of Brownsville. I want them to get educated and stay here and build us up. So if we could please consider this, I would so appreciate it, because we cannot be afraid for people to tell us what we do wrong. We all have our flaws, and we really want to do better. And we just have to take it as constructive and not as something that's trying to tear us down. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peña. Mr. Garcia, you had a question?
Yes. Earlier, Mr. Ortiz brought a good point about vacancies. And again, this is not a local thing and it goes away in conjunction with compensation. You know, we've been striving, we've been working with what we have. And I have to agree with Dr. Gutierrez on that that survey that was done. And day in and day out, you still see it coming up in the news. For those of you that have cable, you know, that has been coming up. I just want to share the compensation on the teacher pay history. In 2014, our teachers with 0 years of experience were at $41,000. That year, they got a 0% raise. 2015, 2016, they were at $41,672. They got $616 raise. 2016, 2017, they were at $41,950. They got a $278 raise. 2017, 2018, they were at $42,260. They got
$310 raise. And this is when we had close to 50,000 students. Right now, this year, unprecedented, with less than 40,000 students, there was a $4,000 raise. In 2019, 2020, $1,900. 2021, $1,500. 21, 22, $1,975. So as you can see, the compensation during these past few years, it's there. It's been happening. It's in the works. The classified are now at $15. And as a result of that, when that was given, we expected this compression. And that's why we said at the time that it was a work in progress. And that's exactly what we're going to do next. So again, we are looking at the best interest of our employees.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
I'll just end with this, and thank you, Mr. Garcia, for that presentation. And the money, we have done much better. I am so happy. But when people are willing to walk away from that money because they cannot stand how they're being treated, we need to wake up and pay attention, because we are the reason this district is surviving, because we are pushing and making sure we take care of the ones that are taking care of our future. So I'm so happy we have this. But when I hear people say, if they're going to treat me like this, I'd rather earn less and feel better than earn more and feel like dirt. So I just want us to be very conscientious and find out how we can fix it, and little things that we might not know. And let's not take it personal, because it's not. It's about making us better. Constructive criticism always makes you a better person overall.
Mr. Garcia, you want to follow up?
That is correct. And I just want to add once again, all this is, again, and it's not just education, it's all across the board, that everyone is hurting as a result of the pandemic. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that. Look around you, at even at the restaurants. What is it that you all see? And that's the same thing that we're seeing here. People are quitting for whatever reason. They're looking at other jobs across the board. And again, yes, we definitely need to continue working for our employees, because after all, whatever impact has on our employees is going to have an impact on our primary duties, which is our students. So again, we continue to work for our employees as well.
Ms. Valdez?
Yes, I just wanted to add that I think it's always important to know what our community thinks. And I think we've been very open as, the past 2 years as to listening and making sure we made great strides, which is what you mentioned, Dr. Gutierrez, and what you mentioned on the budget. And I've been part of the budget committee. So once I got to learn about the budget and learn about the system for this past 2 years, what I learned, a lot of these issues are coming from the state. And I know we've mentioned that before. I'm going to mention that on my next item, but Texas is currently 41st out of 50 states in what we allot to public education in funds. And I know a lot of people are talking about the fund balance, and I know Dr. Gutierrez, I think we're going to need a refresher on what the fund balance is for, just to like set the standards here. We've got 20 roofs that we have to replace. So we also reclassified 200 positions into ESSER money, and we have to take those out at the end of 2023. Is that correct? 2024. So that's over $10 million, right, that we have to bring back. So while it might appear to people that a fund balance is plentiful, I think if you could please speak on that, that would be important, just to justify, because I think it's important that people know if we do this survey, it does cost money, it does cost time, and I would like to know what a participation rate is on a typical survey, because I know it's not very high.
Well, we're going to have a budget workshop in January when we come back, because Mr. Elizondo and Mr. Ortiz are new to our district, and we need to bring them up to speed. But What we're trying to avoid is what the state has been telling us since we received the ESSER funds because of the pandemic, is that we need to avoid the what they call the ESSER cliff, because that money is going to run out in 2024. We need to follow what TA has been telling us in superintendent meetings, in conferences, and uh, meetings that we've had, is to keep saving in your reserves, in your fund balance, because when that money ends, you're going to have to withdraw from your fund balance to be able to supplement the loss in federal aid, because ESSER is federal aid, but it's temporary. It's only temporary till 2024. Yes, it's $132 million, but when if ESSER was to go out today, I have to find $25, $30 million and put it back so that our employees can continue working, because I have some salaries allocated to that. So we've been working very strategically with the ESSER to improve our HVAC systems, to improve our curriculum and instruction, because 20% of that has to be dedicated to curriculum and instruction. I think we put in like 25% of that, but also we also gave the retention incentives. And by the way, we gave $3,200 in retention incentives that have already all been paid out to every single employee. And we're going to continue to be very financially conservative, because in 2024, when what they're calling the ESSER cliff, we need to be able to not to fall too far down, and be able to sustain where we are as a district. We don't want to lay off employees. We don't want to cut hours. We don't want to do any of that in 2024. And these reserves is to prepare for the ESSER cliff, that what we're calling the ESSER cliff. TA is calling it that too. And that's what we're preparing for. But we'll give you more detailed to the whole board refresher, the entire ESSER budget, all the allocations, all the expenditures that we have, as well as our fund balance, our staffing patterns, because 75 to 80% of our budget is on salaries. And well, like surveys, from what I've seen, like the one that AFT did statewide was like 66%. You usually get about 2/3, maybe at the most, to participate. And like I said, we know how the state of every individual is. People lost family, sickness, the economy. My God, the economy is through the roof. It's just everything is pretty much very depressing in a lot of ways. And that includes me too, by the way. I'm a superintendent, but I'm also human. I'm just as social, emotionally sometimes draining for me as a superintendent as well. So I feel it. I lost family to COVID. My kids were sick. My daughter was out almost a week. I know how it feels. You think I'm going to give you a survey that I'm very positive about it? Absolutely not.
Mr. Elizondo?
Just to add on to that, I know the surveys aren't always positive, but at least it'll take a pulse on what our BISD family and community is feeling, and I think that's the aspect. I know at a state level, believe me, I worked for the state through the COVID crisis. At a state level, yeah, there was a huge crisis, but if we can take the pulse of our community, our taxpayers, and especially our BISD staff, then maybe we can address those, even if they're not favorable to the outcome of that survey. But we're able to facilitate a plan to be able to make sure that we can address those issues. I mean, at least, even if it's not very highly attended, because a lot of people fear to put their employee number or their name behind it due to the fact that someone might find out. So I think that's probably why the participation is very, very low. Some people just don't care, and they'll voice their concerns. That was just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mr. Elizondo. I'm sorry. Number 2? I don't have a motion.
I'll make a motion.
To
Can I have a second?
I'll second. The motion is as the agenda item reads. Pat, would you read it, please?
Discussion, consideration, and possible action on conducting an anonymous climate survey with all BISD employees.
And Mr. Elizondo moved to approve, and I second. Am I correct, Mr. Elizondo?
That's
Yes, ma'am.
correct. Please vote. Motion fails, 3 yes, 4 no.
Number 2. Sorry, Janice.
Yes, and I would like to let our audience know the reason why I did not approve of this, only because one, we need to know what the participation numbers are going to look like and the cost. Maybe Ms. Peña, if you were to request administration to bring a presentation forward, maybe we can reconsider. But I think at this moment, since we don't know what our BISD family, who would participate, I cannot support something that going in blindly.
And I
Awesome, thank
appreciate your thoughts on that. And I'm sorry, I appreciate your thoughts on that. Sorry, Ms. Gonzalez. But like I said, my objective is not to terminate, but to correct and make us stronger and better. And yes, if Dr. Gutierrez would look into this, because we really need one. And at the same time, I will do my own research all over the country, see what they cost and what they bring up. We should never be afraid of what people are going to tell us that we need to improve on, because they tell us when they care to make us better. And that's what we're striving to do. It's not our objective to get rid of people, but to better you. Because when people care about you and like you and look out for you, they will tell you what you need to improve on to make you a better person and a better leader and a better supervisor. And that's my objective.
Awesome. Thank you. Number 2.
Item 2, consideration and possible action on having a Brownsville Independent School District Day during the 88th Texas Legislation Session at the Capitol in Austin, Texas. Board member request, Daniela Lopez Valdez. Board support, Denise Garza.
Ms. Lopez Valdez, your item.
I motion to approve.
I second.
Go ahead.
And I felt that it was very important that we put this on the agenda because, as you all know, we're entering the 88th legislative session, and we have 2 new legislators representing us up in Austin. A lot of this conversation in the board has been, you know, what's happened with paperwork, what's happened with, you know, teachers leaving the field. And it's so important because all these issues stem down from the state, right? We are the largest district south of San Antonio, and it is very important that as a public institution, we protect BISD. And I would like to go ahead and list some of the important items that are up for votes and are that could be detrimental if we don't make a big impact as why we need them. One of them is vouchers. For those of you who don't know what a voucher is, it essentially privatizes education, leaving less funding for public education than what is currently allotted by the state. And we already know we're not allotted enough. And that includes special education. The school safety allotment is currently $9.72 per student. And we all know that $9.72 to protect our students is not enough. And I believe we need local control on where this funds could go. Lately, the state has been mandating where the funds should go for safety. And we know our facilities, we know where we need the funds, and I believe we need to make this known. We also have a new accountability system coming down on the A through F rating, which requires more paperwork during a time when teachers are already overwhelmed, which we know. And then, of course, the new STAR test, again, more paperwork. We need to make sure that our students are not expert test takers, but actually prepared to be successful in higher education, their trade, and become productive citizens of society. I think we all wanted playgrounds and everybody voted on them. And if they're not being used, I think it's because they probably have a lot, teachers have a lot on their mind, but I think we need to refocus and make it a priority that our kids are healthy, because if we have a healthy kid, then they are more likely to produce. And then, of course, House Bill 4545. We know that an accelerated learning of 30 hours instruction is not a one size fits all, and we need to be able to have local control on how we implement this as well. It's also overwhelmed a lot of our teachers. It is so important that we work together and we make an effort, because as a public institution, we are not allowed to lobby, but the least we can do is stand together, united as a board, and represent our district at the state level and make sure that our teachers, which we are elected to do, and everybody else who makes up our district is represented through us at the state.
Mr. Elizondo?
Just want to say thank you for bringing that up. There's going to be a lot of hard work.
Question?
Ms. Peña?
How much would this cost the district? Are we saying that who's going to go up, or is there going to be an expense for this to the district to have this day, or what are the actual details? Because I don't have details of what this means.
And I think it's up to us to decide whether we want to go or not. I'm fine as a board member not doing this out of my own expense. However, I don't want to put any other board member up to that same level of whether they need the expense paid or not. I think this is very important that we do, no matter what. Like I said, I'll say it right now, charter schools have spent millions of dollars lobbying for vouchers. If we let these things like this pass, as a community, we will fail our entire Brownsville community, because we are the largest employer at 6,000. And if you cut what funds we get, we unfortunately will have to make very difficult decisions.
If I can follow up real quick.
I just want to clarify really quick. So to my understanding, the way I understand it, it's just we're going to, you're asking us to approve a BISD day, but it is something that will come out of our pockets if we so choose to go, correct?
As board members, yes. And if, like I said, I speak for myself. If other board members have other just like if we would go to a conference, if they would like to have that, I don't see a issue with that. It's up to you, Dr. Gutierrez, on what you think. I think this is extremely important. And also, I think that it's important that we have our educators go. So if we have a bigger BISD presence, it's important.
Ms. Peña?
Yes, and I agree. It's a great thing for us to do. And as board members, I really think we want to go. You know, some of us have relatives up there where it won't be an expense to where to stay. And I would like to do this at our own expense and not put the burden at all. Now, if you want to send teachers and administrators, and yes, because they are part of the district and you want to pay for them to stay, that's fine. But as board members, we need to foot the bill, pay our own meals, pay our own way, pay our own housing. We owe that to the community because we don't want to burden them. Because how can I say no to give something to the teachers, the educators, the staff members, the students, but give it to me? So no, I agree with it. And I think we should all do it. And I would like for this item to say that board members can go, but at their own expense. Please.
Dr. Gutierrez is going to say something. I just want to really quickly say you can always amend your motion. But go ahead, Dr. Gutierrez.
Thank you. Just a couple of things that we've been working. We are members of the South Texas Association of Schools, and we're advocating for this next biennium, for the next 2 years. The legislature is meeting from this coming January till May. Unless there's a special session, they'll go into the summer. But basically, what the decisions that are going to be made, it will be for the next 2 years that it would impact all school districts. So it is extremely important and critical to be involved in the process, because the decisions they're going to make will cover 2024 and 2025. And we need to make sure that we have a voice from South Texas. And we need to be there and talk to our representatives. I've always said, elected, all of you board members, you are elected officials. You have a lot of power, more than superintendents when it comes to legislative sessions. And you need to get involved in the process of talking to our representatives. They'll listen to you. You carry a lot more clout weight than anyone because you're elected. And the state has a lot of money this coming biennium. They have extra money too that they haven't spent. They have a lot in their reserves. Believe that it's over 27 billion with a B that they have in the rainy day fund. And they have a lot. They've never had this much money. And we want them to make education a priority again. And there are some issues that we're addressing, and I like to call them out. There's a school district that in the valley that gets $12,000 per child. We only get 6,000 plus. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Public school districts, that I didn't say on the mic.
I said yes.
Yeah, but.
And that child goes to our schools. His value is 6,200. But the moment that child withdraws and goes to that public school here in the valley, his value goes up to 12,000. It's the same child. That is very unfair. We're fighting for that. We're fighting for that. And then we also want to make sure that they increase the basic allotment per child in the funding formula. There is no equity, and we need to fight for that. South Texas children, Region 1, has been neglected by millions of dollars every biennium because they don't give us our fair share. They don't. Kids in San Antonio, Dallas, Houston carry more value than our kids, but our kids are just as capable as those kids. So why is the value of our kids less than theirs? Why is it that they don't have the same resources that the others have? So we're fighting for that. That's the increase in the basic allotment. We want to make sure they want us to have safer schools, and I believe in that, and we all believe in that. Well, then they need to give us that budget now, create a funding formula for safety and security. We're also looking at increasing teacher salary. You know, we had it back in 2019. We want them to put a lot of that money into salaries. And then we're also asking for advocating for special ed funding, because special ed funding that we get from the state does not cover all the expenses that we have in our district. We have to get monies from our fund balance to cover all the expenses under special ed. We're also looking at increasing facility funding. We want to make sure that there is funding for facilities because we have a lot of needs, most of us school districts. We want to increase technology funding now that we're going one-to-one devices. And we're concerned about vouchers because if they are going to approve vouchers, it's going to be one of the worst decisions made in public schools because we would lose the kid and the funding because the money will follow the child. And then, of course, we also want that charter schools be funded like us because there is no equity there. So those are the things that we as superintendents in Region 1 are advocating, are going to be talking to our representatives, our senators, because that's our priority list. And I hope that as board members, you don't have to go to Austin per se, but we can always pick up the phone and call our representatives and go over those priorities that I just outlined. And if you'd like for me to join you and be with you in those meetings, I would love to and be able to express and the support for those priority areas that we have. Thank you.
Ms. Lopez.
Yes, and a big thing that I forgot was that that is crucial that we have mentioned, and I know I have mentioned, is mental health. And we know that currently we have the funding for mental health because of ESSER, so with our social and emotional and everything that we have done to help and make that part of the curriculum, we need that funding as well. I would like to amend my motion to read consideration and possible action on having Brownsville Independent School District Day during the 88th Texas Legislative Session at the Capitol in Austin. Board members at the board members' expense.
I'll second.
And Ms. Peña, you wanted to follow up real quick?
Yeah, real quick. And people that are out there, pick up the phone and talk to your representatives. Fund public education the way you fund charter schools. Have the same guidelines for public education that you have for charter schools. Please. And people don't run for office who care about equality because they're afraid. So
no politicking from the dais.
okay, well, I'm just saying, please contact your representative at your senator. As the attorney says, he calls it politicking. I don't.
Madam Trustee, please. There's
Okay.
no politicking from the
I'm not politicking. Just we've done this before, sir. You're the first one who's ever come here. Even Mr. O'Hanlon has never told us because we've all said contact your legislature. We always say it's not politicking. I'm sorry, you need to look at that. That's wrong.
We have a motion.
Please vote. I will include in the minutes at board members' expense. Motion passes unanimous 7-0.
Number 3.
Item 3, discussion, consideration, and possible action on the update to action item that was approved on 10/4/22 to conduct a salary compression study to use as the guide for the upcoming budget process to include strategies to remedy pay compression. The goal of the study is to continue to improve the fairness of pay for employees, including substitute teachers. Board member request, Denise Garza. Board support, Daniela Lopez Valdez.
Ms. Garza, this is your item.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Dr. Gutierrez, the reason I put this back on the agenda was because we did vote on 10/4/2022 and it passed to do a salary compression. I'm wondering, do we have an update? I want to make sure that come January, as we begin our budget process, there was a lot of positions, especially our classified, that we did see discrepancies in pay due to having to bring up everyone to $15. And I do know that even on the certified end, we do have some positions where a new employee is pretty much making more than a current employee who had been there for X amount of years. So I'm just wondering, what's the status on this?
I know that Dr. Trevino has been working with Ms. Cadena from TASB. You want to give us an update as far as your conversations with her, Dr. Trevino?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Gutierrez, members of the board. As far as working with TASB, on November board meeting, we had an item that was very similar to this where the board did approve it. And so we have been in contact with her. We do have a contract with TASB, and that's what you all approved on the 14th, the contract. And so she has given us a tentative timeline. She already has the information needed. She is looking at having it final at the end of April, early May, before we start finalizing the budget. But she is, and she will be doing it alongside the compensation plan. So it'll be where we need to know pretty much where we're going. I did call Dr. Gutierrez just because she was asking, in order for her to make an informed, evaluation, what is the board looking at, for this coming year as far as raises. And we kind of just gave her the typical, what we typically initially go out with a 2.5, and 3%, just so she could evaluate, because that will have an impact on the compression part. But she should have it finalized late April, early May.
Dr. Trevino, is there any way we could have it before? Only because I do know that there was a lot of positions that were left out this past budget and also the previous budget. And I know we're trying to make sure we put everybody where they belong in the market value. So is there any way, because I want to make sure we do not leave any positions out like that have happened in the past?
I mean, we can certainly ask, but I know that a lot of districts throughout the state are also requesting for their work. So that's the best I can tell you, that we will call her to see if she can move it up just enough.
Thank you, Dr. Trevino and Budget Committee. If you all can look at all these positions, please, because I do have a list of positions that I'd like to share with you all.
Mr. Elizondo?
Yes, ma'am. Just for clarification, TASB is it's not law, correct?
Absolutely.
Just an advisory committee?
Yes, they provide recommendations. They just compare us to other districts in the state and locally.
But we don't have to take their suggestion, and we don't have to wait till May. We can actually do it in-house.
It could be a little difficult in the sense that we would have to do a lot of research in the marketing of how much each position is worth, because last year, since we elevated everybody to 15, she had actually done already, sir, last year when we were considering going up to the $15, she did already start the work, and it was at the time an additional $14 million. And that is where, the district we weren't prepared to present that, but it was at last year. She did it with the $15, and with that, what it would cost, because it would have a direct impact on all other positions. It was at the time $14 million.
Correct. And Mr. Garcia mentioned, police officers and teachers. Police officers just recently got a 14% raise on their base salary, just so you know.
In increments. I believe it's
yes,
increments.
it's in 3 years. That's what we do here, right? Because you mentioned 2.5, 3, and 3.
That's when she asked, what is the figure for her to start working at it. We needed to give her something. Typically,
Correct.
that is what the district
You
proposes.
gave her the floor.
Yes, I needed to give her something.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Question.
Ms. Peña?
So what would be the total cost, Dr. Gutierrez?
Can I say something? Because I've been. This isn't a black box for the trustees. There'll be some dialogue and for some chances to say, we don't like that bracket. We want to do the bracket, and then they'll cost each one of those, and then as you go through the process, you can refine it. So it's not kind of a take it or leave it thing. It's an interactive significantly with the board.
Correct, Mr. Highland. I'm pretty familiar with the process, but I want to make sure that their concerns are addressed. And her concern was, obviously, we don't want to wait till May, right? So that's why I was saying we don't have to follow what TASB tells us to do. We can do it on our own and making sure that we address our local employees, to what their needs are. And of course, we can always vote it up or down. I mean, we know that.
Let me add that we probably won't know until May what the salary money, the component is of what the legislature is going to give. It's usually one of the last things that they get around. The typically in the appropriations process, they set a number for public education, and then they argue about where it goes. So there'll be some significant arguments normally until the late April, early May, before we have some kind of idea about what the increase in the basic allotment is, which will be the primary driver for salaries.
Correct. So that's what I was alluding to. So the reason is not this lady's got a lot of work, is that we got to wait till May just to make sure how much money is going to be there.
Great. Ms. Peña, did you want to finish up your comment?
Yes. And what would the cost be to do something like this for the district? Is there a cost for this?
What is the cost that we're paying
I believe that it's a cost of around $14,000 is what you all approved in November. I just want to clarify, the final will be in May, or late April, early May, but she should have a draft in March. The final will be in late April, early May, but she'll have a draft in March.
And the max cost is $14,000. Am I correct?
Yes,
That's what we approved.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Carson?
Ms. Gonzalez, Dr. Gutierrez, may I address Ms. Carmelita Rodriguez? Ms. Rodriguez,
Yes, ma'am.
is there a way that you can give us maybe by the next board meeting a list of all of our employees broken down by like where they may fall, maybe our 5-year, 10-year bracket, 20-year, so we can kind of get an estimate of what we're looking at with some of our employees based on certified and classified. That way, also when TASB is bringing in these studies, we're able to, give our employees the respect and the pay that they deserve with our district.
So may I clarify, you want years of experience? That's how
Yes,
you
because I
want.
want to know what is TASB, what they're going to recommend as Ms. Cadena's going into this study, if she's going to base it on a 5-year, a 10-year, because you know how we always have a minimum, mid, and maximum. And many times our employees do not know where they fall. So I know this is like a step, increase, but I want to make sure that we're going to do it uniform. Like if you're within the 1 to 5 years, you're going to fall in one bracket, your 5 to 10 years, another bracket. But if we can have a list of all of our employees and their years of service.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make sure that I understand as well, because I may have 10 years of experience, but I have 8 in BISD and somebody else has 10. So do you just want overall years of experience or years of experience in BISD?
Overall years of experience, because I know we do honor when they come from other districts, and once their service records come in, we do honor their years of service.
Yes, but depending when they come in, so we both may be at 10 years of experience, but based on my bracket when I came in, I've been getting the raises along the way. Somebody else coming in may be a little different. They're not exactly the same.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
But go ahead.
Just to piggyback on Ms. Garces, I think there was already a step salary formula that was used by the district before. Maybe you can revisit that and see how that was planned. I know that there was a lot of issues that she just brought up that way. Not only that, they also added for your education, BSN, master's, doctorate level, and then get stipends as well, or allocated. And maybe that'll help smooth the process. Thank you.
You wanted to follow up,
you.
Ms. Garcia?
Yes, just to follow up and just so that we could get that list for the next board meeting.
Great. So then we don't need action on that one, so it's no action. Item number 4,
Item 4, discussion and possible action on retaining an auditing firm to conduct a forensic audit of BISD. Board member request, Carlos Elizondo. Board support, Frank Ortiz.
Mr. Elizondo, this is your item.
So the reason I brought this was just, it just specifically self-explanatory on the issues. There's plenty of issues that have come up prior to our sitting here with you guys. I just want to make sure that those issues are audited. I know that Mr. Cascos was brought in to do an audit, but he did an annual audit. There's some issues that happened after that audit was completed that probably we need to have someone go in there and address. Now, I know that a lot of people feel that a forensic audit is very costly if it's in a general maybe aspect, but if we can address one of those auditors to come in and maybe supplement an attorney to be able to facilitate that, then maybe the cost will be a lot less. But I think it's important for this board to be able to appease the concerns of every taxpayer and every family member that brings their kids to this district. Not only is it fair to say that that should be done, I think it's requested and it's being asked by the community. I don't want you to shut me down because I know how you've been a little bit.
So, Mr.
Sorry,
Garcia, you had something to say?
Yes. The school district on a regular basis conducts internal audits, like it was said, and when irregularities have been found, action has been taken. These internal audits have led to reprimands, terminations, and criminal charges. The district currently has a contract with Cascos and Associates, who are certified public accountants in the areas of audit, accounting, tax, and consulting. With over 40 years of experience, they have provided audit services to a variety of government entities. On November 17, the firm provided an audit report of the financial statement for BISD on school year ending June 30, 2022. The auditing firm made some comments and suggestions for strengthening internal controls and operating efficiency. Cascos and Associates have been auditing BISD for approximately 20 years, and RFQs have been done. I welcome a forensic audit anytime, as long as we have some specific target areas. Forensic audits are expensive and time-consuming. There needs to be a specific expectation of what is to be accomplished. I would like to start with a forensic audit, starting from 2014 to 2018, as we are currently dealing with issues that started during that time period. For example, health insurance balance was in the red in 2017, being the highest at minus $14,686,740. Currently, we're in the black at over $2.5 million. Facilities, the LED lighting project, at a cost of approximately $1.8 million. The Centennial Foundation, employees had to donate to the foundation. The SAM scoreboard that started at approximately, I believe, at $600,000 and ended at approximately $1.4 million. At a facilities meeting from December 8, 2017, Mr. Jeff Anderson stated that the package would include a 10-year parts warranty and 5-year on-site labor. If you would like to see this, go to YouTube. The timestamp for that is more or less at 1 hour, 11 minutes, 30 seconds. It's been 4 years and there have been many issues with the scoreboard for a while. These are some of the projects I would like to start off with by looking at contracts, conflict of interest, and expenditures. A forensic audit, yes, is designed to focus on reconstructing past financial transactions for a specific purpose, such as concerns of fraud, whereas an internal audit is typically focused more on compliance and on performance of the organization. So again, I have no issues, but I would like to start 2014 to 2018.
Question?
Elizondo was first. Mr. Elizondo, Ms. Peña.
Thank you, Mayor Garcia, for that. I'm glad that you regard Mr. Casco's audits. So let me just tell you, November 17, 2022. I'm not sure if you got his letter because I didn't, but he was kindly able to send it to me. And it says, Brownsville Independent School District comment recommendations and management responses, June 30th, 2022. Student activity comment. During our review of the general ledger, we noticed that the activities for additions and deductions in the custodial funds were not booked throughout the year to comply with GASB Statement 84. Recommendation, and this is from Mr. Cascos, we recommend the district to prepare and book all student activity journal entries during the year. The management response, administration will implement the recording of all student activity on a quarterly basis based on current volume of transactions and schools. Quarterly will be more feasible and effective for the district to accomplish. Administration will evaluate after a year on the possibility of recording the activity on a monthly basis. Number 2, the deficit fund balance comment. For the year ended June 30th, 2022, the self-fund insurance UCH fund had a deficit fund balance in the amount of $1,658,145. The recommendation, we recommend the district adhere to the approved budget with consideration of whether there are available resources to cover costs. Management's response, administration will process a transfer in fiscal year 2022-2023 from BCBS to UHC to close out the previous third-party administrator's deficit. Capital assets. Comment. During our capital assets testing, we found that the district's capital assets accumulated depreciation does not agree with the amounts reflected on their general ledger. The recommendation. We recommend the district review, update, and maintain their capital asset schedule so that it reconciles and agrees to the district general ledger. Current year status, item was corrected. Deficit fund balance. The comment. For the year ended June 30th, 2018, the Self-Insurance Service Fund had a deficit fund balance in the amount of $12,774,001. Recommendation. We recommend that the district adhere to the approved budget with consideration of whether there are available resources to cover costs. Fiscal year 18 through 19 status. For the year ended June 30th, 2019, the Self-Insurance Service Fund had a deficit fund balance in the amount of $11,250,576. Fiscal year 1920 status. For the year ended June 30th, 2022, the Self-Funded Insurance UCH and Self-Funded Insurance BCBS funds had a deficit fund balance in the amount of $1,786,569 and $3,121,111 respectively. Fiscal year 2021, for the year ended June 30th, 2021, the Self-Funded Insurance UCH and Self-Funded Insurance BCBS funds had a deficit fund balance in the amount of $1,685,208 and $2,606,958 respectively. Current year status, item was not corrected. See current year comments. I agree with you. I think they're very good at doing the audits, and we should do a forensic audit to appease your concerns, my concerns, and the taxpayers' concerns. I agree with you 100%.
Ms. Peña?
Yes, and I just want to make sure that we understand that our objective here is not to point fingers. You know, I don't want to say something and somebody shuts me down. Just like I was told I can't mention, go contact your congressman because you're politicking or you're doing politics. I thought the United States was good about that because I'm just saying, you exercise your rights to vote, go tell the people you put in office to do what they signed up to do. And to be told I can't do that, I'm in shock. I don't know what happened there, but that's not the U.S. that I know. But my question is, a lot of the stuff that was put into this report that came out in the newspaper did not mention some, and it's no secret because it's out in the community and it's everywhere and it's huge. Did not mention some problems that we can't talk about that have occurred recently or after the audit was made. Because like Mr. Costco's told him, this was before June, and some issues that have arisen now that are very concerning happened before that. So my concern only is, let's find out how it's happened. Yes, it's being looked at, but the public just wants to make sure we're taking care of their taxpayers' money, because there's people struggling to pay their taxes to be able to live in a home. And for us to say, don't ask any questions or point, oh, you can't ask that. You can. We're in the United States of America. And if people shut us down, that's for a reason, because your public speaking and your right to freedom of speech is something that's protected by law. And it's to protect us, to protect the community, so we can continue to flourish in the city of Brownsville that we love so much. And that's all I ask. People, stand up for your city, fight hard, and let's hold people accountable, because that's what we need to do. Because I don't know about you all, but I don't plan to move out of Brownsville until God calls me home, because I love it here. So please take care of Brownsville and take care of the district and the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peña. Ms. Garza?
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Gutierrez, but the last time BISD had a forensic audit was in the 2011-2012 school year?
I believe that's, yes, Pat, is that at the time? Back in 11-12? Yes.
Okay, so my thing is, since the last audit was done in 2012, I could possibly support going 2013 on, because we do know that previous boards before us from that time on, we've inherited, a lot of issues, and it just continues piling up because we're inheriting, and the new board comes in and then they have to take action and fix. And it's been a constant issue for our district. So if the last time we had a forensic audit was in 2012, then we should start with 2013.
I have a
I'll make a
question on that.
motion.
But I have a question real quick on that, which is really good. And it's excellent to find out, and to find out if somebody was doing wrong. But remember, before we look at, let's get the statute of limitation on some of this stuff, because we don't want to find out so we can trash and burn and make the district look bad. I want to find out so we can correct it and hold people accountable. We have to.
Ms. Peña, I
So-
think we should agree on what focus we're going to go on.
Yes, yes, let's get
because-
detail.
Yes,
detail.
we need, I think as a board, maybe behind closed session, we can decide on a focus
I agree.
and then possibly bring it back.
Great idea, Ms. Garza.
Lopez Valdez had her hand raised.
Yes, I know that I believe there's specific concerns, and I think we probably need to address those. And we can table them and then come back for a more transparent. I think we all want to ask some questions that we need to ask in executive session. I think transparency has always been a priority from these past 2.5 years that we've served. I know that not only do we have our external auditor, but we also have our internal auditor, Mr. Porras, who's done a very good job in helping us figure out how to make decisions. He's guided us in the right way and has helped us find a lot of important issues that we've been able to address in the past 2 years as quick as possible. So there's a lot of things on here that we need to ask, like cost, time, resources, because we already know our staff is shorthanded, and it's my understanding that this is a lot of resources and over millions of dollars. So if we could do that for now and bring it back.
I just want to add something, May. The forensic audit is not going to be done by employees of the school district. So there's
No, I understand that. I'm just saying just how you asked earlier about we do have internal people. So if we can use somebody that we're already hired, then versus going out to get funds, or if there's a focus, anything we can do to reduce the amount of a full, like if there's a specific area. And I think we should discuss this in executive session. It's already on I think the item is on. No.
I had made a motion, but if you want to speak about it afterwards, I can retract my motion for now till later.
I believe you moved to table.
I moved to table.
I had made a motion at the beginning, but just I'll retract my motion so we can go into executive session.
No,
Mr. O'Hanlon, could you please advise us on what we can do to move forward?
if you move to table, it can be discussed.
Okay, then I'll make a motion to, and I can amend my motion to put out specific points of concerns that we want to address.
But
One,
wait, time out real quick. So she wants to table. So
She moved to table.
he
you
withdrew.
want a table? Is that what you want to do?
I think we need to
I
get
can
more
withdraw
detail.
this motion, that we can table it and bring it back with specifics.
Okay, here's the question.
I don't even have a second.
If
for
we table, we can't discuss it in closed session. Am I correct? I want to make that clear.
Just for clarification, if they table the item, bring it back, we're gonna go back to, we're looking back at 2013 where the audit left off?
That's why I retracted it. Yes.
So no action at this
So
point.
no action.
No action. Are you okay with?
Okay, great. So then there's no action on that one. So then because of that one, then we'll skip number 5, correct, legal?
Yes, Madam President.
Number 6, Pat?
Discussion and possible action on termination of the law firm of O'Hanlon, Damarath, and Castillo as general counsel for BSD. Board member request, Carlos Elizondo. Board support, Frank Ortiz.
Mr. Elizondo, this was your item?
Yes, just a lot of concerns from the community. They had lost, and of course, that's their opinion as well. They had lost confidence in our legal counsel. So I had brought it up just to advise that the community's voice was strong and said that they had lost confidence in Mr. O'Hanlon.
Mr. Garcia?
I just want to say that Mr. O'Hanlon represents the board. Termination is a serious business decision. Employees or employers and employees have many reasons for parting ways. The process should not be a capricious decision. The Board of Trustees has expressed in the past different views. However, the end result shall be the best interest of BISD, regardless of anyone's self-interest or anyone's personal gain. This current law firm was hired after a commitment to transparency. The firm was tasked with the important position of adequately and efficiently representing BISD and its school board while being mindful of the contractual fee and not allowing your school board for further expenditure. Previously, the board created an evaluation process that ranked the most qualified attorneys or law firms. However, at that time, the highest ranked law firm bowed out after contract negotiations did not meet their satisfaction. The next highest law firm was O'Hanlon, Demerath, and Castillo, who accepted to represent BISD at its board. They accepted to represent BISD and its board on all legal aspects. The representation includes legal services that include all special education legal matters and procedures, at least as listed in the RFQ number 21-131, attachment A1 and A2. The law firm has been competent and shown high quality of work and representation. There have been no attendance issues or prompt response to request. Professional contracts are evaluated by the board at the end of the yearly anniversary.
I'm sorry, Ms. Lopez Valdez.
Yes, and I just wanted to say I agree with Mr. Garcia on the process that was very vetted. Also, with the district our size, it is crucial that we have representation like Mr. O'Hanlon, Dermath, and Castillo, who've specialize in education. And it's important that we have a firm because we know all of the issues that we've had and we faced in the past 2 years with COVID that you and your firm have been able to help us with. And not only have they done a good job, and I've never heard anything about public losing any type of respect or confidence in our legal services, but they've also helped us make sure we had local control during a time where we did not have local control to protect our students. And I would like to continue. So that's my comment here.
Thank you. No one else, so then we have no action.
I'm
sorry.
a comment.
Go ahead, Ms. Peña.
And just for FYI, please forgive me for stepping on toes, but the attorney is not for the public, but for the board. So the attorney has to be able to represent the board and guide them and not mislead them and say things that later we research and we find out that was not correct. I'm very firm on that because I'm very specific on detail. And when people are like that, when you're dyslexic, you pay very close attention to what they're saying, how they're saying, and why they're saying it. So that's my concern. So it really doesn't affect the public because the attorney does not work for the public. He works for the board. And that's the important part because I need to be able to have the confidence and the ability to know that everything I'm going to go after, I'm going to get what it is, how it is, what can go wrong, what can go wrong, and not skip details and kind of go around. And it makes me a little bit uncomfortable, but that's just how I feel. And that's how I was raised, to trust the people that I'm asking to guide me, to lead me, to take care of me and look out for me. And that's the job of the attorney for the board.
Thank you, Ms. Peña.
Correct. And just to add
Mr.
to that,
Elizondo?
I do have dual responsibility to the voters that voted me in. So I stand firm on what I said. So I'm going to make a motion.
Motion for what's listed?
Exactly.
I second.
Please vote. Motion failed, 3 yes, 4 no.
Please note that I stand on my decision because I have felt misled when I researched. I found out I was incorrectly given information. That was wrong.
Thank you. So then once again, because of the action on item 6, the action on item 7,
Item 6.
item 6, I'm super sorry. We go to number 7. No more notes on my papers. Let's go to number 8.
Number 8, reinstating recordings of the closed session discussions during all board meetings. Board member request, Minerva Peña. Board support, Carlos Elizondo.
Ms. Peña, this is your item.
Yes. To me, this is a real big deal. Big, because we get excited when we're in the back, we're discussing, and somebody has to write it down. And I'll be one of the first ones to say sometimes we forget to write things down. And I don't want to step on toes, but it's more. I've always seen that it's recorded, and for people to say no, don't record. No, record, because like I said, record me anytime I talk to you, because I'm going to own up to what I say, and when I'm wrong, I'm going to eat that crow, and make sure I never do it again. So I want to record it just to take care and look out for the district and for all of us. Because believe it or not, it protects you more than it hurts you if you have the recording. Because it's very difficult to have our colleagues here and the secretary, and I have to write everything down. And if I write it a little different, or I hear it different, or I forget to write it down and we move on, that's on me. And I have failed you. And I don't want any of us to fail it. And that responsibility should not be given to an individual board member to take care of the whole board. So that's the reason I would like to make a motion that we turn around and reinstate recording in executive session, which no one has access to. And we can go and listen to make sure we said what we said. And if somebody wants it, they have to go to court and ask for that recording to be released to the public because it's not public. So I'm doing it to protect us from what we say, when we say, and how we say it.
Have a second?
Second.
Mr. Garcia?
Now, go ahead.
Okay, we have a first and
Okay.
okay,
Please vote.
we have a first and a second.
Please vote. Motion passes 6 yes, 1 no.
Mr. Garcia?
And I just want to say that I'm opposed to that. Out of 16 school districts that were surveyed, all 16 school districts do not record. This is something that when we made the motion to record was brought up, but again, it's the majority rules, and the wish is to record it will be.
Thank you for understanding.
Thank you, everyone.
We move forward.
Under consent agenda, general function items 1, recommend approval of resolution number 023, 2022-2023 for the appointment of an individual to serve on the Cameron County Appraisal District Board of Directors.
I raise my own hand. Somebody call on me. I would like to nominate Mr. Garcia for this position.
Second.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have, yes, he accepted. We have a first and a second.
Please vote. Motion passes 5 yes, 2 no.
I prefer Jessica.
Thank you, Ms. Peña, but I think I have a lot on my plate right now. Yes. Next item, open public hearing for the resolution 024 dash, you read it, Pat. I'll just
Yes.
tap on the thing.
Discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve resolution 024, 2022-23 for a retention stipend to be paid on or after December 20, 2022 to all full-time and permanent part-time employees who were employed as of September 1, 2022 and who remain employed on December 9, 2022 and substitutes who work 60 days or more during the period of August 16, 2022 through December 9, 2022 in the amount of $525.
I'd like to make a motion.
Forgot to do my favorite part. Ms. Garza had her hand raised, so just give her a second.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the 525. I do want our teachers to know that it is 525. We have given you all 1,500 in June. You all do deserve more, but as a board and as a person who was elected, I want to continue giving our employees stipends. And if we give it all at once, next year we may not have funds to give to you all. So I want to make sure we have a healthy budget and we continue giving our employees some stipend or bonus in the in December. So this is why I'm going to motion the $525.
Second.
Ms. Valdez. And then Ms. Peña, you had a
Yes, Dr. Gutierrez, I have a question on this. Because, and I agree, for next year, for tomorrow, the next day, none of us know we're going to be here tomorrow. I want to help today. Right now, we're in need. We have $129 million unencumbered. This is a one-time fee. In my eyes, I say 1,000 minimum. That's the one-time expense of maybe $6 million. But my question is this, sir. The SR money that wasn't used, or let me ask you flat out, no SR money has ever been included in the fund balance. Am I correct? No SR money is part of the fund balance. Mr. Robledo, can you answer that?
So I'm gonna answer it as a two-part question. So
That is very scary, but knock yourself out.
so ESSER funds is a federal fund. There is no fund balance. But what the district had done, we had reallocated cost to federal funds so that our local funds could be saved for the fiscal cliff that's going to happen, that will happen. I want to make sure that that's known, that in year 24, 25, those funds will be used to for that shortfall that will occur.
Okay, and with that said, Dr. Gutierrez, so I understand that some funds were taken from some of the schools that they didn't use, that were ESSER funds in the library, and the funds were taken back out of the schools. Is that a true statement? Because I've asked and I haven't gotten a direct yes or no. So who may answer that question?
So if you remember 2 years ago when we had the initial initiatives that were discussed, there's 26 initiatives. One of them is what I'm going to call, just to make it easy, the CNI plan. Within the CNI plan, there's 100 minor initiatives within that big 25% fund for closing the gap. And so there's one initiative that talks about providing library books to campuses. There is a timeline as to when those purchases were going to be occurred. Once that timeline has passed, usually the people who are in charge of that particular initiative will reevaluate and see what funds were left behind. And so from what I understood, that those leftover funds were redistributed back to other CNI projects.
So, Dr. Gutierrez, I'm sorry. If some people or some of those people are saying that they were not aware they had a deadline, and that was given to them in writing, where they saw it, they have it, and the people who have responsible for getting that money spent, because I've seen, people when they have money, have a deadline, they move because they want to get it. Well, yes, but I'm asking about money. So this money is put back in. When you brought it back in, did you leave it in the library? Again, none of this went into the fund balance.
It did not go to the fund balance. It went back to the CNI plan.
And again, my colleagues, I'm sorry, $1,000 is the minimum that I would like to give. And I can't vote
We
no.
have a motion on the table.
I know. And I just want to know, I can't vote no, don't give them 525, because I'd rather give something better than nothing. But understand, right now, Dr. Gutierrez, one-time expense, we could give $1,000. And right now, when people need it, because not everybody makes six figures, and our community is hurting, and we're the largest employer, and it breaks my heart that we don't take advantage of where we are with $129 million in unencumbered funds, that we could have that one-time expense of maybe the max 66,500,000 to give 1,000 to each employee would mean the world, and we'll show them we care about you, we need you, don't go
Thank
anywhere.
you, Ms. Peña. Just for clarity, just so that everybody understands, there is a motion on the table, and by law, we have to go by the first motion that's on the table. We are also in open public hearing. So is there anybody from the audience that would like to say something? Ms. Micaela Escobar? Let's stick to the rules of the public comment for 4 minutes.
May I say something before the public comment?
Go ahead.
Just I want to thank you for taking, the initiative to give the employees a 525. Again, I cannot vote against it. 525 is better than zero. But because of all the issues that this district has gone through, especially because Dr. Gutierrez just mentioned, and I think everybody agreed with him, that every teacher has gone out above and beyond. FNS has served over how many thousands? 750,000 meals during COVID. Every employee has given more than what they should give, to this district. And I know and I understand that the comment up here was that we've already given them something, but we've also taken over 600 employees away from them to be able to burn their full-time employment. We burned them with 650 more jobs because we have less 600 something employees. And we've also increased their taxes. And we've also burdened them with a recession. And that's what we're going through. And this is the way I see it. $525, my hat's off to you guys. Great. But I think this district can do more. And knowing that, and I understand ESSER monies are in place, and I know that went out before we actually got elected and set aside those monies. But everything can change depending on the dynamics. And the dynamics today are not the same ones when you took that first vote. I do applaud you guys for doing that at the beginning, but we are in a different day today, and BISD is in a different place. And we just comment to everybody that we're doing such a great thing. We are an A district. It shows us on over there. Report card is over the double A's. I think we can, because this fund balance, and I know that they talk about it. We don't know the cliff, but we do know that we have it today. We might not be here tomorrow, right? We might not be here tomorrow. But we do know that you deserve more than what you get. And I, maybe you will see it in your heart to mend your motion and do that, because 525 after taxes becomes about $240. Just want to throw it out there. And they're saying that it might not happen now, but at the end, when they pay taxes, it's about $240. So, I mean, I would support you guys at 525, but if you could amend your motion to do that, Miss Peña said 1,000. I was thinking 1,250, but whatever you guys decide, I will vote for 525.
Just wanted to keep in mind that we do have somebody from the audience standing there kindly waiting. Was she? Okay.
Dr. Gutierrez, can you let our audience know 525 that with the taxes they will not be taking home $250? Can you just verify that for us?
Correct. I will, but it's going to be around the 500 mark.
No, Mr. Robledo, can you tell us how much taxes are going to be taken from the 525?
It'll be fine. It'll be the net will be about $500
So they'll only take $25 for taxes,
for Medicare.
but so nothing else. You're guaranteeing them a $500 check.
I cannot do that.
You cannot do that, so then it'll be less.
The way that you're asking, that's not
Well-
a way for me to respond.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, let's say you're going to give me 500 something, but I got to pay taxes on it. What am I going to take home? How hard is that?
Okay, Ms. Escobar, I want to say you don't need a timekeeper. I'm going to trust you, ma'am.
I promise.
Because
it's
if I
short and
don't give
sweet.
you a timekeeper, I don't give anyone else a timekeeper.
It will be short and sweet.
Whispers to Miguel, timekeeper. Go ahead.
Good evening again. My name is Micaela Escobar, and I am the AOBE, TSTA, and NEA representative. As being an affiliate with the National Association, we do have resources and we do have a financial consultant that looked at BISD's financial reports. NEA has mentioned, after reviewing the financial reports, that BISD could easily cover an additional cost at a larger stipend with the unassigned general fund and the unspent ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds. Furthermore, as stated in the BISD agenda item for 525 stipend for 6,143 employees, it's going to cost about $3.6 million. Now, by adding or increasing to 1,350, we're aiming high, it will cost an additional 4.7. Now, what resources do you have? Again, this is coming from a financial consultant from NEA. You have $132.2 million in the fund balance as of July 1st, 2022. The source is, of course, our BIC financial report as of November 30, 2020. You also have $5.6 million in ESSER 2 and 3 that were budgeted for school year 22-23, but were not spent and disencumbered as of November 30th, 2022. That gives you a total of $182.8 million available funds compared to the $8.3 million for a 1,350 retention stipend. Now, I did take some notes. Mr. Eddie Garcia said, rocket scientist, there's a shortage of employees everywhere. That is true. We go to restaurants and we can see that. Mr. Elizondo mentioned that we are fighting, and I commend HR for that. We are going everywhere trying to recruit employees, but what are we doing to retain tenured employees? Now, if we look at the vacancies, or not the vacancies, the tenured employees, again, looking at statistics provided by BISD to TEA, the average years of teachers in BISD is 15.5 years compared to the state 11.1. If you compare only within BISD, it's 14.8 compared to the state of 7.2. We have a lot of tenured employees that are still here and fighting to teach our kids. Show them you appreciate them. Lastly, Amy Campbell from the Division Director of TASB HR Services said, quote, stipends are allowable expenses under the ESSER funds, so many school districts have additional monies to spend this year. She was referring to the billions in federal funding earmarked for Texas districts to help recover from the pandemic. She also stated a one-time payment is easier to accomplish because it doesn't impact your budgets like a pay raise would. Now, if you don't spend the ESSER funds, she said, it will expire. So show your employees that you care and you value them. Show them that, yes, we're going through an inflation. We have higher costs in groceries. You're going through a lot. A lot of people are still getting sick. Medication isn't cheap. So show them that you value them. You can afford it. And if you need to talk to the NEA financial consultants, let me know. I'll hook you up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Escobar. Miss Angie, were you going to say something, or were you just there for moral support?
No, I got inspired.
I'm sorry, Miss Alegría.
I
Oh.
heard her and I got inspired. I'm not gonna do money. I'm not gonna do amounts and like Micaela's good at that. But I'll tell you how it affects us. I just paid my son's college tuition. He's going to college. But here was the choice. Do you want a Christmas gift or do you want your college education? My kids are not getting Christmas gifts. I can't afford them. All right. I know I'm not the only one in this boat. And I have been a loyal employee for 37 years. And for those 37 years, you're telling me, Merry Christmas, here's $528, $525, because you're doing an awesome job. Think about all those teachers, all those employees that don't have the money this Christmas. But you know what? We have a very healthy fund balance that's going to be there. For what, 3 years from now? 2 years from now? We need the help now. We need it right now, not 2 years from now. I may not be here 2 years from now, but I am here today. And I'm asking you to please show everyone some respect, some gratitude for everything that they do. We work so many hours without pay. On the weekends, on weekdays, look where we are right now. Look at the time. It's past my bedtime. I go to bed at 9. But I'm here. Why am I here? Am I here for me? I'm not here for me. I mean, sure, it's going to help me out too. But how many thousands of employees are out there that are not here in front of you right now, that are in high need? Because guess what? We're in the middle class. So we don't get any help from anybody. We're on our own. And shame on us for going and getting a bachelor's degree. Shame on us for getting a master's degree. Shame on you, Maggie, for getting a doctorate degree. Because instead of feeling valued for what we do, we feel undervalued. And that's not how we should feel. And I appreciate 525. But we are in great need right now. The inflation rate is still higher than our salary. We are barely making ends meet. So all I ask, put your hand over your heart. Think about all those parents that are going to have to tell their kids, you know what, mijito? Well, we had enough for dinner, but there are no gifts under the Christmas tree. Think about it, please. 1,200 would be great. 1,000 would be great too.
Thank you.
But
Ms.
please don't go with 525. Amend it, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Alegría?
Good evening, President Gonzalez, members of the board, Dr. Gutierrez, and esteemed guest. My name is Adina Alegría, Executive Director of Texas Valley Educators Association. Henry Frederick Emil said that thankfulness is the beginning of gratitude. Gratitude is the completion of thankfulness. Thankfulness may consist merely of words, Gratitude is shown in acts. So, on behalf of Texas Valley Educators Association members, I would like to thank this administration for the discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve a retention stipend of $525. By considering this retention stipend, this administration is showing an act of gratitude to the employees of the Brownsville Independent School District. You're making employees feel valued, and you will ultimately help them be more at ease at the holidays or much needed respite. So for this and on behalf of all our members, I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alegria. Mr. Ramirez?
Good evening, Board President. Is it on? Yes. Board President Gonzalez, Dr. Gutierrez, board members, and the audience out there. I was up here a couple of months ago, and I spoke about the top 12%, the top 12 employees, highest paid employees, $2.1 million. I want you to think about that, $2.1 million. And they're not the backbone. The backbone of this institution are the teachers, custodians, bus drivers, counselors, administration at the schools, maintenance, all those people are the backbones. 1,200 is nothing compared to 2.1 million to the top 12 highest paid employees. That was 2 years ago. Now it's more than that. Now it's more than that. Something to ponder. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Mr. Hamas?
Thank you. Thank you, Board President Gonzalez, Dr. Gutierrez, members of the board. Patrick Hamas, speaking on behalf of Bisd, Brownsville Educators Stand Together, and AFT, American Federation of Teachers. I want to go a little different route. We look at it, I look at it anytime a stipend comes out, you're given something that's not in your contract. You're getting a gift horse, and we're going to look at it and we're going to accept it. But there are a couple of other things that have come up, and we're talking about retention. We're talking about showing loyalty and fidelity to our employees. And one of the ways you do that, and I appreciate the data that Micaela shared, she was spot on the average of 15 and a half years of an employee. That means they've got at least 15 years left to contribute to this district, if not more. And one of the things that I've been told is that we are going to be discontinuing the resignation incentive at the end of this year. I can understand where we are looking at financial difficulties and we want to be conservative with our money for down the road. I can understand that. But for somebody who has committed 30 years to the district or more, their entire career, they have shown faith and fidelity to us. And then with those people with a 30 or more years, I believe that we need to show good faith by giving them a stipend at the end of the year. We have done this for years. It is one of the most popular incentives that is provided to our employees. It is showing current employees that, hey, I dedicated my career to BISD and I get rewarded at the end of the year. In the past years, you've gone down from 15 years up to 40 years. I would ask you to look at employees who have worked 30 years or more and look at giving them a $3,000 stipend at the end of the year. We've already talked about where next month we're going to start the budget process. I want to do the research like we've always done. Pretty sure we're going to ask you for a raise. Okay. How much? Don't know. What's the state ledge going to do? Got no idea. I do know that AFT at the state level, part of our respect us and expect us, is we are asking the state for a $10,000 raise for all teachers and a 15% raise for all classified from the state. So when we're talking about everything, it would be nice to give more, but at the same time, a raise, when it's given, stays with you. And then the faith and fidelity that you should give back to your employees who have done 30 years or more, they should be rewarded, and we need to budget that for the end of the year. It's Christmas time. Any gift is appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hammonds. And with that, I will close the public hearing, and let's remember that we do have a motion on the table.
Ma'am, may I?
Ms. Peña?
And I really would like to, Denise, plead with you to reconsider. Because they're gonna turn around and take more than the $25. I did the math because I talked to an accountant before, and you're looking at 25 to 15% of it. So I really am pleading with you. We have the money now.
I would
Let's
like to
thank
call
them.
a question.
Thank you. We do have a motion. We've had a call to question, so let's vote, guys.
May I have a
Thought-
second?
I thought she
I
said.
second.
Okay. Please vote.
And it's with a broken heart that I approve 525 because I know we could do 1,000. I'm sorry. I stand firm on that.
Ms. Garza? Motion passes 7-0 unanimous.
Item number, I'm sorry. Yes, please.
To all our staff out there, I want to continue giving each and every one of you a raise during our budget process. We don't know what the budget process is going to look like this year, what fundings we're going to look at. If it means bringing our teachers closer again to market value, I'm going to work hard for that. We have been a board who has been giving. We have given in June and we have given in December. And if we want to continue with that process, we need to be fiscally responsible. So I'm focused on giving our employees raises to bring them up closer and to work on the compression that we have currently right now in our district. I would love to give you all more, but we also need to work on our salaries.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. Let's move forward.
Item 5, recommend approval to declare surplus obsolete furniture, supplies, equipment, vehicles, and portable buildings to be disposed in accordance with policy CI local school properties disposal.
Ms.
Motion to
Peña,
approve.
Ms. Peña, let's see. Ms. Peña had a question. And then Carlos has a motion.
5.
Question on this, because we had was it an auction recently, am I correct? And money was taken in from that. Where do we put that money in once that money is brought in from the items that were sold?
We put it back on the fund balance, on the general fund?
It depended on who purchased the items. So if it was a federal program who purchased it, they will get back their funds for whatever was sold for.
Okay,
So like to give an example, if food service had a pan and it got $10,
it goes into their
it goes
budget.
back to food service.
It goes to their budget. So everybody gets their money on
Their
that.
portion.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that where that was going, because again, I'm heartbroken that we didn't give 1,000. I'm sorry. I live for today.
Thank
So
you.
tomorrow we don't know what's gonna happen. None of us do.
Mr. Elizondo has a motion on the table.
Please vote. For the record, Ms. Lopez Valdez has stepped out. Motion passes 6 yes. Item 6, recommend approval to adopt the National Incident Management System, NIMS, in accordance with the President's Homeland Security Directive, HSPD-5.
Ms. Denise?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Dr. Gutierrez, can you give us a little more information on this management system that needs to be in accordance with Homeland Security?
I know Mr. Robledo or anybody from our police, I know that they're more familiar with it than I am. Chief is out in the.
Yes, we're gonna look for Chief Garcia.
Can we go to the next item and then we can come back?
Yes.
I'd like for him to speak about this item. They're more familiar than I am.
He should be. Oh, I turned in my phone.
Okay,
Item 7,
let's go to the next one while we find Chief.
yes, recommend approval to award quote Q013-23 galvanized barbless wire chain link fence extenders to CPM Design LLC of Brownsville, Texas, and to purchase the turnkey services in the amount not to exceed $729,590 with a successful completion within 40 days of all middle schools. Acquisition to be processed using by board cooperative purchasing resolution R002-2223, categorical fund local.
Mr. Elizondo?
Yeah, just I think I had mentioned it to you one of the talks. Just you don't have a picture or anything like that that we can see. Just
Do we have any pictures of Mr. Hinojosa? It's just going to be an extension with wires, like 3 wires across, just to make them higher. The fence is from 6 feet to 8 feet high.
Yes, sir.
and just real quick, just my concern is that I mean, I'm sure the public doesn't want it to look like a correctional facility, and I think that's why I asked Dr. Gutierrez just to see if he could give me a picture of it. I know there are anti-scalable devices that are going to be put on there. This is required by you know,
Yes,
TA.
sir.
But
They're the standard foot fence we have right now is 6 feet. We're gonna put 2 more feet on there, not with barbed wire. We're gonna put 3 wires on there. The only thing they'll be added besides the extensions is going to be the end poles. So this is going to happen. And keep in mind, there's different types of manufacturers at different sites, so they're all going to be adapted to fit that 8-foot height.
and it's going to be uniform throughout this district.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, it's going to be 8 foot throughout the district, and it pretty much is uniform. Yes.
Right, but like the barbed wire is going to be the
No,
same
no
as
barbed wire, just straight.
just
wire.
straight line, no nothing else.
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's going to have that angle towards out. That's basically what they're going to do.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Ortiz?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, may I address the gentleman? Okay, this is at the middle school. What is the status at the elementary schools and at the high schools? Especially at the elementary schools, the one that are, open campuses? Have we started at the elementary? We talked about the elementary, high schools, or is this only for middle schools?
Well, the plan right now is to address the elementary schools first, or
Middle.
well, see, I think,
Let me answer that.
Yes, sir.
We have it in phases, Mr. Ortiz, and we're starting with the middle schools. And once we see that already taken care of, then we're going to move on to the elementary schools and then the high schools. But all schools are going to be covered as part of the requirements for the safety and security that the state is putting on us. They're giving us anywhere between 24 to 36 months to get it done. But we want to see this company. We went through the bidding process. It was vetted by the committee. It was scored by the committee. And we want to see how they perform. We're giving them the middle schools for now. And if that works out well, then we'll continue with the elementaries and then the high schools. But the plan is that we have it in 3 different phases. And it will be all covered eventually within the next 2 to 3 years as required.
2-3 years, a long time.
I know. Well, we're going sooner than that, of course, if we can, definitely. But that, right now, as far as our fence, our campuses are fenced. It's just that the state came up with the idea that 6 feet fences were not good enough. They wanted to be higher, but they may reconsider that. But for now, they're not, and we have to comply. But their fence is just that many years ago, campuses were installing 6-foot fences. These are fences that go back to years and years ago, and now it seems to be like they want them a little higher than what they are.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Can I get a motion?
Christian.
Yeah,
Make a
Miss-
motion to approve.
Do you want to?
I'll second, but I have a real quick question, just to note. Dr. Gutierrez, because this is coming from categorical fund local, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It doesn't come from fund balance. I don't want people to read this, oh, they can't give you a raise because they're taking this 700,000. I want the lay person, you're as smart as what the lay people know. So this does not come from fund balance, am I correct?
David, did we have to do a separate amendment for this? Because it may have not been on our budget by then, because this came new. This is new, and I don't think it was.
That is correct.
we
So
didn't
this will be
categorize it.
coming from fund balance through a budget amendment. So if you remember the first part of the, well, I guess we have in my mind 2 phases. We had the initial phase where we had the exterior doors, the Raptor system for the credit check, or not the credit check, the photo check of the individuals. And so that first phase was about 1.5 million. The state did give us category of funding of 1.6. So we've already spent, in a sense, 1.5. So the leftover funding plus probably additional funding from general fund will be used to accomplish this item of the 729,000.
So why don't we list it on here to be more transparent that it's coming from both? Why don't we put on there that part of the money is going to come from fund balance to fund the categorical fund local? Why don't we put
So-
that on the agenda item to, just to make sure, to be transparent with the public?
The first 1.5 was
No, I
taken,
understand your
was
point.
already described as taken
Correct.
from fund balance. This one will be, in a sense, using that $9 and change that we got from the state. That's where this part is going to come
Oh,
from.
so the first part you took from fund balance,
Mhm.
and that's why we have 129 million now. It's not going to go in, touch the 129 million.
This particular purchase is going to be coming from the funding that we get from the state.
Say, but what I'm saying is, it's not touching the 129 million unencumbered fund balance
The original phase
right
one.
now, today. Not yesterday, what happened 10 years ago,
I'm
today
talking
and
about
now.
last month.
Moving forward, we're not going to touch the fund balance of 129 million. Yes or no?
So let me explain again. We had 1.5 million that was initially brought to the board that was taken out of fund balance. This phase two is coming from the funding we were getting from the state.
Yes, sir. But please understand, the
I've already
layperson, the $129 million we have right now will not be touched to get this 700,000 out.
That phrase, yes, you're correct.
Okay,
That's-
great. We have a first and a second. Yes, we have a first and a second. Let's
Yeah.
move forward and then we can go back to number
Please
6.
vote. Yes, please vote. Motion passes 7-0 unanimous.
Back to number 6.
Chief, I know you just walked in and he's out there patrolling. He's been sending me some messages, but I'm
No need to
I'm covering
defend.
for you. I'm covering for you.
Thank you, Doc.
But,
No need.
We're gonna go back to item number 6. Pat, you don't mind reading item number 6 for Chief to give us a summary of that?
Recommend approval to adopt the National Incident Management System, NIMS, in accordance with the President's Homeland Security Directive, HSPD-5.
Yes, Chief. Sorry I had to pull you aside from
You're good.
patrolling.
That's all
But
right.
can you just give us a little clarification on what this management system is?
So, it's the National Incident Management System, which is a holistic plan for any emergency planning that's throughout the nation. It includes your prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. It's part of that cycle that we're incorporating at BISD.
So it's something we're already using.
Oh, yes. This is actually an updated version of what we adopted 10 years ago, perhaps.
Okay, I
That's
just
been
wanted
around for a while.
clarification because I wasn't sure if it was like a new system coming on because it stated, accordance with President Homeland Security Directive. So I was like, is this something we're adding?
Presidential Directive number 5, correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
You're
I'm
most
so sorry that I had to pull you aside from your other duties.
We're good. We're good.
Thank you.
Can I-
Mr. Garcia.
No,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'm gonna make the motion, so.
Okay, no
That's
problem.
all.
Chief, don't go anywhere. Just real quick, is this
Yeah.
going to include education as well, like the NIMS
Yes, sir.
education framework?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right.
It's actually it is the plan. It is the emergency operational plan.
So you're going to go through the one through the 900, or are you going to do?
So that's part of it. That's
Okay.
through FEMA. You have your 100,
Right.
200,
Mhm.
700, 800. But this is the 100, 200 is basic. It's all holistic, incorporated.
And you're going to include all staff under this framework?
So yes, actually we are. We're spearheading through Dr. Cantu's office, the school safety committee, which we've been meeting very regularly actually. And I have Mr. Corpus here, who's our chair. If you like, he can talk a little more about the plan. It's very well defined.
Yeah, no, just include, and then it's including security staff and police officers as well.
It's heavy with security and police.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate
Yes,
it.
sir.
Thank you.
You bet.
We have a motion on the table.
I need a
Second.
I'll second. Go.
Second.
Second.
Please vote. Motion passes 7-0 unanimous. Item 8, recommend approval to continue the procurement and acquisition process for 2 elevators within the administration building, purchase to be made using the approved cooperative and provides the best value of the district, not exceeding $200,000 from local funds.
Ms. Peña, you had a question?
Dr. Gutierrez, elaborate, please. Are we going to refurbish, take care of our current elevators? Is that what this is?
Yes, right, guys? Who's out there for, we're gonna be able to replace all the parts and refurbish them because I believe that these elevators have not been upgraded or serviced adequately since 1988 when this building opened up. And so, yes.
So you want to ask the last person that was stuck or what?
Have we had anybody stuck?
No, but
Just to make ourselves clear,
that's what we don't want.
we have excellent elevators. Back in the old days, they made things to last. Now it's instant, so you can buy more. I'm so sorry.
I'd like to
Bad.
I'm sorry. I'll make a motion. Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead, Mr.
I'll make a
Elizondo.
motion to
I
approve.
second that.
Perfect. Let's vote.
And hopefully, sir, we can get somebody as good as when this were built. How many years is that? 34 years? See, that's excellent.
Please vote. Motion passes 7-0 unanimous. Item 9, recommend approval of the 22-23 high school course listing guide, amendment to include the addition of the CTE course, web communications.
Ms. Garza, you had a question?
Yes, Dr. Gutierrez. Who do I need to ask? Because I don't see anyone getting.
Dr. Nick, well, I think Dr. Nick.
Dr. Nick, I have a question on this because we did receive a few concerns in reference to this item. And I know my concern was we're amending something on the course listing guide in the middle of the school year. So my thing is, who's going to be teaching these web communication classes?
I'm sorry. Good evening, Madam Chair, Ms. Jessica Gonzalez, and of course, Dr. Gutierrez, board members. So we usually bring our course listing guide in the spring every year for updates and revisions, any new programs that we need to bring up, right? This time around, we're amending and we're bringing in this half a credit course that will allow students to even right now be able to obtain a half a credit. Sometimes we are limited on those courses. This specific course will be in some campuses be taught by the CT teacher, just depends. Other campuses might have a person that has the certification to teach that, which could be also a TST. So the tech app certification, and I know Dr. Chavez is here that can also attest to some of the certifications that the teachers need to have for this web communication class to be taught because this one is tied to a certification. So we do need to have that professional that has the specific certification to teach this class.
Okay, so my next question is, do we already have kids who are going to be enrolled in this class next semester? And if so, are we forcing anyone to teach this class?
Well, not forcing. The first question was, do we have students that need to take this class? Yes, we do have students, depending on the need of the student for them to acquire their whole credits or certifications. Yes, we do have students slated to take a web communication class if they need that to complete their credits. Is someone being forced to teach the class? No, what happens is that teachers are to teach, and I know that perhaps TSTs did not have the 3 classes in their schedule. Perhaps, I'm just speculating. I don't have right now a record of who had them or not. But that is, teachers need to have courses and the master schedule for them to also be eligible for the teacher incentive allotment. So teachers do need to teach, and that's how we, created a student learning objective, and then that's tied to the evaluation, etc.
Okay, thank you. But for a TST, if they are going to be teaching this course, then now they'll be eligible for that teacher allotment.
Yes.
So and they're aware of this.
Correct. And also had communicated the requirements for the teacher incentive allotment early on. And reminders have gone out there to our campus principals just to ensure that all teachers are eligible and have a student learning objective tied into that so we can continue with the evaluations properly. I don't know if Ms. Carmelita would like to add to that, but yes, that is the requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ortiz?
May I address the doctor?
Yes, sir.
I know that you mentioned TSTs might be able to be doing these classes. Is this additional work that they're going to be given due to the fact that they have, for instance, at the high school level, 200 teachers, about 800 students that they need to address technological issues with? So is this additional duties for them?
As a teacher, no. Yes or no. It's like Mr. Robledo says, yes or no. So they have been instructed, campus principals had been given the direction of they need to have at least 3 periods. The technology teacher needed to have 3 periods. So if those periods had not been reflected on the schedule, then this would be how we could also get it done. However, this is based on the need of the students. So in best interest of the students, if they need in the 0.5, this is a class that we can definitely offer, and it's available just to provide additional opportunities for students to complete their credits.
May I follow up? I'm just thinking that if we open an additional course, we ought to provide a teacher as well and not give any additional duties to somebody else that already has responsibilities. So that might be something that we might want to consider. And I go back to what Ms. Garza asked a little while ago. I hope we're not forcing some of these individuals to teach.
And I think maybe HR can speak on a little bit more on if, for example, if teachers go without having that requirement as per the state, then there will be some implications to that as well. But I don't know, Carmelita, were you going to say something? I'm sorry.
May I?
Yes.
I wanted to just clarify the teacher incentive allotment that we have in place requires that anyone that's going to qualify to get paid the teacher incentive allotment needs to be teaching at least minimum of 3 classes a semester or all day full-time teaching in other words, no, it's a minimum of 3 classes all year or all day a semester through the semester. So the teachers that she's referring to, or that y'all were talking about, are technology teachers at the high school level. The TSTs is a technology support teacher. For example, our teachers in elementary receive that additional stipend on top of teaching all day. So, and sometimes the librarians get it. A TST is assigned, it's a stipend. So at the high schools, there are technology teachers, and some of them receive the TST stipend, and some of them do not. It just depends who is assigned. But they are teachers first, and then the stipend comes into play.
May I? I know that at the elementary level, for instance, your librarian sometimes becomes the librarian / TST.
Correct.
And that's what I'm concerned about. We're giving them additional duties to do, even though they're getting an allotment, they're still being given additional duties to do. So when does the librarian have time to take in the classes? That's my concern. I'm just saying that if we open sections, we ought to provide the staff as well, instead of giving additional duties to the current individuals.
Mr. Please,
I just wanted to clarify really quick. This is about high school level, correct?
Yes.
Yes, that's what I wanted to clarify, that this is specifically at the high school level.
Yes.
And I know that Mr. Ortiz brought up the elementary. This is not going to impact elementary or middle school.
Okay.
This is a course for credit at the high school.
I
Thank
understand that. It's just that
Okay.
Ms. Rodriguez talked about, she gave that example.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you. Ms. Peña, you had a question?
Yeah, when Ms. Rodriguez made that example, it spooked the heck out of me.
Oh,
So
okay.
please be very careful with your verbiage and how you speak,
Well-
because the public's listening. Excuse me. And we
did
want
you
to make
make a
sure it's only going to impact the high schools, and they teach 3 classes, and then the rest they concentrate on this. Is that what you're saying? We're being told?
Yes. Yes, Ms. Peña.
No other level, just high school, not middle school, elementary.
Correct.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Carlos had a question.
just real quick, just to reemphasize that my concern is if we're giving these TSTs additional duties to teach, and that something happens between those 3 periods that they're supposed to be teaching, who's going to take care of that concern or that immediate, technological emergency that might be happening at the school? Are you going to pull him or her out to go take care of that? So it becomes real. The waters become very muddy. If we're able to get someone in there and teach those classes and specifically just do that, then that TST is again always available to be able to go. And technology, just like we had earlier, Ms. Pat is our TST up here, I guess. She was able to take care of it. But if she's doing something else, the concern is, what are we going to do then? Especially now that we're going to go into testing, kids are going to be testing, and I mean, that's just a concern I have.
So two things. The first question is, how would we address the campus needs? And on a daily basis, even now, there's one person that would attend to, the entire campus. So there's requests that are made, and there's a process at the schools for them to receive that request for that technology need. So we would definitely address it in a needs basis. Like I tell you, one person, so they're not there at that very precise moment necessarily. I wish I could say that, they called and we're there, but there's a process for us to meet the teacher's needs or the needs that they have in the classroom. And during testing, when we do have everyone, it's all hands on deck. So there's teachers that on that day they're conducting the testing, they're helping with testing, so they're not necessarily there at that classroom because students are dispersed with their tests. So during testing, it wouldn't necessarily be an issue because it's not an issue now with the rest of the teachers that do assist with testing. We all collaborate during testing time.
May I follow real quick?
Yes, go ahead.
And just on that note, so you're saying that there's like a call? I mean, being an officer and being
a process.
fire.
So some
let's say
campuses
the
will have
calls
like
come
a
in.
form.
So let's say there's 12 calls and he's able to take care of 5 the first day. What happens as they stack on? I mean, if you don't have enough, you mentioned there's only one.
Yes, we have one.
So
per campus.
you see the concern
Okay.
again is if there's 10 different areas that this TST needs to address, when is he going to be able to teach?
And again, the perfect scenario would be that they teach 3 classes. Right now I don't have. I need to come back and bring you in which TST technology teachers from the campus would teach how many classes, but the 3 was kind of the minimum for that TIA. And I could definitely come back and bring information on if they're all teaching the 3 classes, but I can't speak to there. We do have a process to meet all of the teachers' needs, the technology needs at the campus. And sometimes we all just collaborate in making sure that the teachers, we address teachers' needs so they can conduct the instruction. But these technology teachers, again, do have that certification for this class.
Dr. Trevino, is there something you wanted to add?
Yes. Obviously, we also have a computer services department that if something, is an emergency, especially with testing, they do come immediately, to the service of the district. I mean, if, for example, or any campus, internet goes down, then they take care of that through computer services as well.
Oh, and if I may, thank you, Dr. Trevino, for that.
Go ahead.
Because, for example, this testing, there was a technology person, from our technology department that went to each of the high schools, for example, and they were assigned, so they were an additional support also for the campus because we have one person. So, but others from the district were there to support.
Mr. Garcia, did you have a question? No. You made the motion, correct?
I'll second it.
You second, Ms. Peña. Did you want to follow up real quick?
Follow real quick. How many campuses do we have overall?
High school?
There's how many campuses?
We have
6.
6,
7 with,
comprehensive, yes.
and then we also include the 7th one, yes?
Bex.
Yes, Bex. And Bex belongs to us. Our responsibility, if the computer goes down, we have to go in and help them, yes?
Yes.
And so my question is that we need to be very diligent that we have enough personnel, even in the IT department and the people that do computer services, because you can only get so fast, so quick to certain places. And since, please forgive me, we've shut down positions and given the job out, and so we're shortened. Let's see about making sure we have enough people in that department, because we're becoming computerized completely. I'm sorry, the best machine is a human machine. I've always said that. Okay. So we need to take care of and make sure we have the proper amount of people in that department, sir, to jump over there and get us back on track. Because you know how it is when your machine breaks down, you want to kill it because where are you? But you can't do anything to it.
We have a first and a second.
Please vote.
Thank you.
Motion passes 7-0 unanimous. Item 11, recommend approval to purchase of Cardanox Master Schedule Builder for district-wide middle schools and high schools from Education Advanced 2702 East 5th Street, 372 Tyler, Texas 75701. Acquisition to be processed using by board cooperative purchasing resolution R002-2223.
Mr. Elizondo, you had a question?
Yes, just wanted to confirm and make sure that this is not an added platform to all the other programs we have, right? And this is
No,
this is not adding to another 3 that we already have.
No, we're bringing it.
This is just to help us expedite the schedules for the students. Yeah, the schedule builder.
Yes. So
The back has to turn it on for you. Keep it pressing.
yes, I'm keeping it pressed.
If the back could please turn on,
yeah,
Dr.
just go ahead.
Ibarras.
So this is to assist the campuses with the process, and it's not an additional work. On the contrary, it's to help them in their first go in trying to do the master schedule, to help them with that process. So it's not additional work. On the contrary, we're trying to help and expedite it.
Good, and this is campus driven. Means the campuses are requesting.
Okay, yes. So what we did is we met with the campuses with some of the issues that they were facing, and in an effort to support that, we said this is what we have found. We took it through the campuses, the middle schools and high schools, and they were extremely excited for this. And we said, well, we'll bring it to the board because of the amount and to get your blessing.
Perfect. I'm just
possible.
And
Thank you.
Dr. Gutierrez,
I'll make a motion.
We have a first.
Real
Ms.
quick.
Oh, go ahead.
the price for this would be 170,000 is what it says.
Yes, for secondary.
Correct.
Okay.
Motion?
I need a second. Please vote. For the record, Ms. Denise Garza stepped out.
And Dr. Gutierrez, this is something we need and it's essential for our schools. Am I correct?
Motion passes
Yes, ma'am.
6-0. Recommend the approval of payments for services throughout the district in the total amount of 1,093,044.57.
Mr. Elizondo, you had a question?
It's there. The board got it.
My computer's down, TST, please, quick. I'm just kidding. It's loading.
Like, don't hurt yourself. There it is. Nothing like a hard copy.
So I was just going through the payouts. I know the total is 1,093,000 plus. Just wanted on one of them, which is, I think you know which one I'm talking about. Is that an additional payment to the company? Is this a second? It's for the Sam Stadium parking lot. Is this the initial, the second, or what is this?
Where are we with those payments? Because I know that they've already made some requests, and then there's some that they're
So-
submitting invoices.
So at the last board meeting, number 4 was submitted. This is number 5. So this is for new work that has been done.
I just wanted to confirm this is an additional payment of the work that's already been completed. So payment number 5.
That is correct.
Okay.
Ms. Peña, you had a question?
Yes, sir. I've never seen it done like this. Instead of being individuals, who we're going to pay, how much we're going to pay, and what we're going to pay, you put them all together?
Talked about it last.
Yes, no, I want, this is for the public.
Yes.
This is for the public. Remember, that's who we owe it to, the public. Okay, so that's why usually you see it separate, but this time you put it together and you have your reasonings for that.
That's correct.
Yeah,
And
if
we'll
they want any
discuss-
information, they can go through open records and do what they need to do. Am I correct?
Correct. And we'll
Thank you.
discuss this in closed session further.
Okay.
Have a motion?
I motion to approve.
Second.
We have a first and a second.
And these are bills that
Please
we
vote.
owe. Am I correct? We have to pay them.
Please vote. Motion passes 7-0 unanimous.
Number 3.
Item 3, recommend approval of memorandum of understanding between BISD Police Department and Law Enforcement Support Office, LESO, Program Participating Law Enforcement Agency, LEA.
Ms. Garza, you had a question?
Yes, Chief Garcia, if you can give an update to our audience who's watching, what exactly this MOU is, please?
So actually, this is a program that BISD-PD had applied about 5, maybe 8 years ago. And it's just a newer version of the Texas military program, which allows law enforcement agencies to purchase surplus military equipment. So what we're going to be looking at is training equipment, shields, helmets, computers, desks, and a lot of surplus equipment that will allow us to go to these military installations to inspect and receive the equipment for free of charge for the department and district.
Mr. Elizondo?
Chief, just real quick, is this going to be on-duty equipment that you're going to use, or is it just going to be used for training?
Training mostly, and there's perhaps maybe a couple of vehicles that we're going to look at.
Because I would be in favor, of course, after we do the budget, to make sure that you get new vehicles instead
Yes,
of going
sir.
bringing in
So-
a DOD used vehicle for especially to responding to all these schools that we're gonna be obligated.
So
to-
absolutely. And so one of the things that we're looking at is Hummers, perhaps a couple of Hummers that they may be out there in surplus that we could respond during a weather-related event, flooding.
Okay, I have to agree with you because we bought a Hummer and it didn't work out very well.
Yeah.
You know, just so you know, I'm just going to tell you what's happened with. They love Hummers, they're pretty and everything, but in reality, they're just a big headache. Parade's beautiful, maybe for show to the kids, but to actually use, and I'm sure Mr. Garcia will agree with that. Just so you know, I'd rather have your staff and everybody else in a brand new car, making sure that as soon as you turn it on, it does turn on and goes.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
But thank you. I
Yes,
appreciate
sir.
that.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Garcia?
Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Ms. Peña,
Second.
did you have a question?
Yes, a real quick question. Sir, you said equipment and stuff like shields and stuff. So will some of this equipment be able to be used? God forbid that we ever have an incident where we need that. Will you be able to use it, or is you're just going to use it for training?
Training.
So it won't be able to be in, God forbid, a real life event if it ever happens and you need extra equipment. None of that will be usable. Is it, what I'm saying is the equipment that they're selling you obsolete, no good, just for training? That's what I'm asking.
Training. That's correct.
Mr.
Thank you,
Garcia, did
thank
you have
you.
a question? I'm sorry.
It's just a comment. Chief,
Yes, sir.
you already received some equipment, new shields.
Oh, yes.
There's cars coming
Yes, sir.
on the way.
Yes,
There's
sir.
already equipment that has been approved.
Correct.
And again, this is going to
Radios.
be for training purposes.
Awesome. We have a first and a second.
Please vote. Seven oh unanimous vote. Closed meeting as pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Section 551071, 551072, 551074, 551082, and 551084, 10:04 p.m.
Still have a lot of work to do, guys. We will be holding closed session here in the boardroom. So if you guys can help me clear it out, I'd really appreciate it.
It's 10:07.